We are okay. So, hello and welcome to this year's Ecoability Conference, which is being sponsored by the Institute for Critical Animal Studies and the Ecoability Collective. And I am your host for this year's conference. My name is Laura Schleifer. I am the Total Liberation Campaign Director for the Institute for Critical Animal Studies. I'm just going to let everyone know this is my first year hosting the conference, so if there are any bumps along the road, please bear with me. And just to tell you a little bit about the Institute. The Institute for Critical Animal Studies is rooted in animal liberation and anarchism. So it is a total liberationist organization. It is an international, intersectional, transformative, holistic theory to action, activist-led based scholarly think tank to unapologetically examine, explain, be in solidarity with, and be part of radical and revolutionary actions, theories, groups, and movements for total liberation, and to dismantle all types of domination and oppression in hopes for a just, equitable, inclusive, and peaceful world. The Institute for Critical Animal Studies, or we say ICAS for short, is a fully volunteer, international scholarly think tank with funding only from individuals with a budget of less than $4,000 US globally, and it is committed to their mission. The individuals in ICAS are dedicated to modeling in their own individual and collective work that scholars can be activists and activists can be scholars. So we are a grassroots anarchist scholarly organization that really focuses on the idea of both theory and practice, or praxis as we say, and really kind of getting these ideas from the academy, but out of the academy and into the wider world, which is really what I hope this conference is going to be all about. And just to briefly talk a little bit about Ecoability specifically. So Ecoability, the Ecoability Collective was founded in 2012, and it focuses on the interconnections between nature, ability, and animals. And it challenges social constructions, binaries, domination, and the whole concept of normalcy, which I personally think is very relevant at a time when we are being told ad nauseum that it's time to go back to normal. It's time to question what normal is. It stresses interdependence, and it questions concepts of disability, animal, nature. These are all constructs that are kind of naturalized in our minds, but that really are very open to interpretation and interrogation, which is, again, some of the things we're going to be looking at during this conference. And it is an ideology that is shaped by critical animal studies, critical environmental studies, and critical disability studies. So we're going to be exploring all of these ideas during this conference. And without further ado, we are going to be hearing, to start off with, from Geertrui Cazaux. And Geertrui is going to be speaking on the question of hero or ally about white, abled, and human saviorism. So she'll be drawing on examples and critiques of white saviorism and the abled savior trope, and exploring where there are parallels in animal advocacy in the form of human saviorism, and how we can recognize human saviorism and go beyond being a savior to being an ally in solidarity with other animals. And she will be presenting stories of animal resistance to highlight their agency and how that can play a key role here. And Geertrui has been advocating for animal liberation for 25 years. After her doctoral research on anthropocentrism and speciesism in criminology, she worked in youth care and as a policy advisor. She's retired because of chronic diseases and has a micro sanctuary where she takes care of adopted animals. She is the editor of several Belgian publications and writes about veganism and animal rights. And on the interconnections between ableism and speciesism on her website, Krip. So I'm going to pass this along to Geertrui. Thank you so much, and you can take it from here.
Okay, thanks for the introduction. I'm going to share my screen so you can see my PowerPoint. So just a moment, share. Can everyone see this? Can I get a nod from somebody that it's okay? Laura, can you see this?
I can see this. Yes, I can see your presentation.
So I can start. Yeah. Okay, so my presentation will indeed be about saviorism. I will be presenting some examples of white saviorism and abled saviorism, and look at what the characteristics of saviorism are and why it's necessary to address this. And then look at animal advocacy and examine whether there is also such a thing as human saviorism, and how we can go beyond being a savior of other animals to being a true ally, a supporter, being in solidarity with other animals. And indeed, like Laura said in the introduction, presenting stories of animal resistance to highlight their agency can play a key role in that respect. So a note in advance about my language use. I always try to use language that is respectful to everyone, for example, non-ableist language and non-speciesist language. In that respect, I prefer using other animals instead of non-human animals. I try to avoid speciesist verbs or proverbs, and I avoid the use of it and which to refer to other animals and so forth. But it's one thing to identify speciesist language and yet another to try and consistently use non-speciesist or other non-oppressive or non-discriminatory language. I also should note that English is not my my birth language, so I apologize in advance for any mistakes. I am open to feedback about this and suggestions for improvement, and you can always let me know through my platforms. You can contact me there. Another note in advance is that I will be presenting some images like screenshots and photos as examples of saviorism. And in most of them, I have blurred out the faces and names of the respective persons, as I don't want this to be a calling out of certain activists or organizations. I don't want this to be about them personally, but about recognizing and addressing saviorism, why it's necessary to address this and how we can do better. So first, some examples of white saviorism and abled saviorism. This image comes from a video about white savior complex made by Radi8 and the satirical Instagram account Barbie Savior. And they explain how photos of white Western persons traveling to a far distant country and taking a selfie among children and placing themselves in the middle of the picture and presenting themselves as the main character of the story are examples of white saviorism, and how such photos can rob subjects of their agency, their dignity, and their privacy, and how they also lack context. For many people, such social media reports are their main sources of knowing about these parts of the world, and they often show stereotypes, oversimplifications of the truth, and they focus mainly on the negative aspects. These accounts also often exclude local people working in political organizations, NGOs, and so forth. So Radi8 made a social media guide for volunteers following 4 principles. And I'm mentioning them here, these principles, as they are just as important in disability activism and animal rights activism. So the 4 principles are: promote dignity, gain informed consent, question your intentions, and use your chance to bring down stereotypes when you post. And based on these principles, they made a checklist with things to consider before posting on social media. For example, don't portray yourself as the hero, question your intentions before posting, avoid generalizations, include background information or context, and gain informed consent from the persons in the picture. Radiate is the same organization that made a satirical campaign and music video Africa for Norway, in which Africans call on people to donate radiators for people in Norway because they are suffering from the cold, supposedly. The music video is made in similar style to music videos like We Are the World from the mid-80s. They made other great satirical videos like Who Wants to Be a Volunteer, mocking the white saviorist volunteerism in African countries. Their website is radiate.com. Another example, this is a Facebook post made by a sheriff's department in the United States. It recounts how they responded to a call regarding an unwanted guest begging for money at a gas station. Turned out it was a homeless person and he had carpet tied to each foot to function as shoes. So they gave him an old pair of boots that they had in their truck, and reportedly, as it is written in the post, the guy instantly put on a smile on his face. So it goes to show we're not all bad guys, is written at the end of the post, accompanied by a photo of the officer or sheriff and the person who received the $200 old shoes. Note that they also had to include the fact that the shoes originally cost $200. In the comments, the officers are thanked for their kindness. So this post is totally centered around the do-gooder, and it reeks of virtue signaling, while foregoing the systemic context, like how police officers are there to enforce a system leading to homelessness in the first place. This is also an example of white saviorism. Maybe you heard about this one. Singer Cher was heavily criticized after a tweet stating she could have helped George Floyd had she been there, and as such implying she could have prevented his death. The criticism was that she centered herself in the story about George Floyd's death and also ignored the fact that many witnesses indeed did try to defuse the situation. White saviorism, of course, not only manifests itself on an individual level, but is also institutionalized. A couple of weeks ago, the G7 countries announced that they would be donating 1 billion COVID vaccines doses to other countries described as developing countries, poor countries, struggling countries in several media reports. And British Prime Minister Boris Johnson said on that occasion that vaccinating the world would show the benefits of the G7's democratic values. While at the same time, those poorer developing countries are struggling to pay off debts, and for example, patents for the vaccines remain in place so that those other countries, they cannot manufacture the vaccines themselves. In the same line, think of how modern day philanthropy, especially elite philanthropy, with power concentrated in the hands of mega foundations and prestige charity foundations, reinforces the power of the rich and perpetuates inequalities rather than remedies it. It does little to address the underlying causes of inequality, but it provides benefits to the proponents by attributing them social and political esteem or reputation. And charity can also be a way for the rich to pay lower taxes, of course. This is a screenshot from the Barbie Savior Instagram page, which I mentioned earlier. Barbie Savior is a satirical page about white saviorism and volunteerism. Volunteerism refers to the combination of tourism and volunteer work. So the volunteerism industry, that's a multi-billion-dollar industry, shifting resources, often shifting resources away from the local community towards providing food and accommodation for the tourist volunteers. And the expenses for traveling to these places alone are resources that could be very useful for local activists and organizations. Not to mention the environmental costs of flying to the other side of the world to go do volunteer work there. There are many similar examples when it comes to able saviorism, both on an individual and on an institutional level. There are many films and TV shows that use an able savior trope, where the person with a disability is seen as lesser and the able-bodied person is the hero of the story. The plot is often focused on saving the disabled person from their miserable life because, of course, disabled persons cannot save themselves. Only the abled can. That is, if they need to be saved at all in the first place, of course. Like in the movie The Greatest Showman, a recent movie, P.T. Barnum is presented as an able-bodied savior, which does, of course, not correspond to the man who in real life exploited disabled persons performing in his circus. The movie is criticized for romanticizing the story of Barnum, who had disabled people perform in so-called freak shows, together with animals other than humans who were forced to perform tricks in his circus. The story also erases disabled agency in favor of situating Barnum as the able-bodied representative of the disabled. Movies in which disability is a storyline often portray a message that disability can only be identified, promoted, and fixed by a white, able-bodied savior. And on a side note, when disabled persons appear in a movie that requires a specific plotline, disabled persons are never just present in a movie, although they are very much just present in society. And another issue is that disabled characters are usually played by an able-bodied actor, which has been called cripping up, analogous to blackfacing or blacking up. Also, an element of saviorism is when able-bodied people are congratulated or applauded for spending time with disabled people, or for giving them presents, or for including them in a normal everyday activity. This was a post on Twitter and Instagram in which a schoolboy posted a video of him giving a toy truck to a disabled boy as a Christmas present, heavily applauded, but on the other hand, also criticized for being an abled savior trope. Would he also post this when giving a present to a non-disabled friend? Although a well-meaning gesture, it is striking that an abled person is so applauded for helping a disabled person. In such incidences, examples, there is often benevolent ableism involved. There are certainly positive intentions of the perpetrators and they are trying to help, but disabled people are treated as being lesser, deserving pity, and as such, it is actually reinforcing ableism. Now, how can we recognize saviorism? What are the characteristics of saviorism? This is not really an academic definition of saviorism, and I don't know in how far all of these characteristics need to be fulfilled, but there are some issues here that can serve as red flags pointing to saviorism. And the first one is the self-serving manner, the self-centering. Help is often offered in a self-serving manner. Think of charities that use disabled bodies to gain social status or capital. It's about the savior, the do-gooder. They are the protagonist of the story, showing to the world how good they are and expecting praise and gratitude in return. They center themselves in the story. It has a narcissistic component and makes the helper feel good about themselves. Often it is doing more for the do-gooder than the people they are trying to help. The people in need, the oppressed groups, are backgrounded props for do-gooder humans. Charity work can support a feeling of being happy about one's own life and that one doesn't belong to the oppressed group, nurturing the feeling that one is better off, that one is privileged. It is a way for those with institutionalized privilege to feel good about themselves. A second characteristic is knowing better. So one recurring theme is that saviors pretend that they know better, or actually really think that they know better than the groups they are saving. They are the only ones who can help, and they are saving these people from themselves because, as it's put, they know better. This is also done without hearing the direct experiences from those who are helped. The savior is not open to input from those they want to help. There's no consultation of them. The saviors remain in charge. And it's not only knowing better, but it's also an actual belief of being better than the people who are being saved or rescued. As such, perpetrating a discriminatory belief. Another characteristic is erasing the voices of the helped. Saviors not only don't listen to the voices and experiences of oppressed groups, they also erase them. They think they are giving a voice to the oppressed, when in fact they are the ones who have stolen or contribute to the silencing of the voices of the oppressed groups. Often the work of local communities or work from local organizations who are embedded in these societies is ignored or erased. And another issue here is consent. Consent is also an issue that should be considered. For example, when posting photos which include people who are helped, Have they consented to be pictured in that situation? And what about their dignity? Another characteristic is that it offers no systemic solutions. Often the belief is held that problems can be solved by individuals. The work or activism is not addressing structural problems, not tackling systemic oppression. It fails to address the systemic barriers and offers no long-term solutions. This is sometimes also referred to as the charity trap. Charity organizations that are set up to deal with the inequalities and other problems that their high-profile proponents actually cause or create, and at the same time they perpetuate those problems and they don't address the root causes. These charities are founded for the benefit in the beginning they are founded for the benefit of the oppressed, marginalized, but they are perpetuating a discriminatory ideology, preventing actually the empowerment of the oppressed groups. But this is not saying that all charity work focusing on the short term or with a single issue focus is bad, of course. That is, of course, also needed. And I would like to quote this from the organization, No White Saviors. We never said no white people. We just know you shouldn't be the hero of the story. Saviorism subtly reinforces deeply rooted hierarchies, stereotypes, and oppression as a result of colonialism, patriarchy, and imperialism. The savior mentality reinforces the concept that there are inferior communities in the world who need to be saved by white enabled ideologies, technologies, or leadership. Here is a quote from the author and novelist Teju Cole, who coined the term white savior industrial complex in 2012. The white savior industrial complex is not about justice. It's about having a big emotional experience that validates privilege. So in sum, why is saviorism wrong, if that isn't already obvious from what I previously said? It confirms or consolidates the hierarchy, the discrimination and oppression it tries to alleviate. It strips oppressed groups from their agency. And what about the effectiveness in bringing change? Well, maybe there is change on the short term, but it doesn't address the much needed structural change. Now about human saviorism. Sorry. So what about the animal rights movement? Is there also saviorism there? Is there what I think we can call human saviorism? And again, I want to stress that I don't want this to be about calling out individual activists. That's why I have blurred the faces and names of individuals. This is a photo from a well-known activist posing inside the slaughterhouse in Bali. And this photo on Instagram sparked a lot of discussion, especially about why this activist included himself in the picture. He answered it was for strategic reasons, for effectiveness, and replied, this is how social media works. And, you know, more people will be influenced if I include myself in the picture, he says. It's not narcissism, it's strategy. Now, effectiveness seems to have become somewhat of an easily used container word to justify just about any campaign. But how is effectiveness measured here? By the number of likes or interaction on social media? And on a side note, we could also talk about how clicktivism has a saviorist component. We could ask ourselves, do more likes and comments mean many non-vegans are exposed to a vegan message and are going vegan? Are they taking on a non-speciesist stance? Or does it primarily echo with the already vegans? And then also the deontological aspect, the ethical aspect. I know we have to be careful with making analogies, but suppose a human would pose like this in a setting where members of an oppressed group of humans are exploited, oppressed. Would this be accepted as a strategic photo? So also consider some of the slogans that we use in campaigns in our activism. Vegans or animal rights activists like to present themselves as being vegan for the voiceless or a voice for the voiceless. But other animals are not voiceless, and presenting them as voiceless frames them as passive recipients, as having no agency. And there's a quote from Arundhati Roy that's very fitting here. There's really no such thing as the voiceless. There are only the deliberately silenced or the preferably unheard. And the reply I often get when addressing this issue is that when the term voiceless is used, that it is used metaphorically. That of course, yes, animals, they do have a voice, they do communicate, they have their own language, but the term is used metaphorically in activism. But even when it is used metaphorically, it still permeates a speciesist mind frame. And this is a quote from Sonara Taylor, pointing to that from the book Beasts of Burden. When animal advocates describe animals as voiceless, even when it is meant simply as a metaphor, it gives power to those who want to view animals as mindless objects. Other animals do have voices, and we should bring their voices into the conversation. We should amplify their voices. We should center the stories and the voices of animals and not present ourselves as the saviors of other animals, but we should be their allies, their supporters. They do have agency and they do resist their oppression themselves as well. So this is where stories of animal resistance can play an important role. We should recognize and acknowledge the role of other animals themselves play in their liberation and how they fight against their oppression. They are not passive recipients, subjects, waiting to be saved, rescued, and liberated by humans, but they actively resist their use and abuse. I think their own role and their agency, their active contribution in their own liberation struggle has been mainly overlooked in animal advocacy. And these are some examples of other animals who have escaped or fought back, and they resist in numerous ways, by escaping, by fleeing for freedom, by not cooperating, by refusing to perform, or even by attacking their handlers and retaliating, and other acts of everyday resistance. And that while we make it very difficult for them to resist by enclosing them, by disabling their bodies so that they can't fight back anymore or escape, or even by making them more docile, as is the case in the process of domestication. Now, the animal industrial complex will most often frame such incidents of animal resistance as occasional or rare or abnormal accidents, or they will frame it as animals have gone crazy, insane or wild, and that also has an ableist component, of course. Or they will say, well, the animals were just following their instinct, denying their agency. Or they will say it was simply a fault in the design of the enclosure or a fault of the handler, and it will be fixed and it will not happen again. But these incidents of resistance, they happen all the time. And there are so many stories of animal resistance that don't even make the headlines, that are kept out of the news. And with framing these stories as occasional accidents, the industry is of course diverting attention away from the structural abuse and solitary confinement that animals have to endure every day. Now, in animal activism, I think we should focus on changing the narrative around such incidents. These are not stories of animals gone mad, but it is normal behavior of other animals showing us that they don't agree with their oppression, that they fight back. These are often acts of rebellion against their oppression. We should bring the larger story into the picture. Their resistance doesn't come out of the blue. They are not one-off accidents, but there is a prior history of abuse and exploitation. We should be telling the story from the animal's point of view. We should be showing their agency. So about animal resistance, there are two books that really made me change my perspective on this, and I really recommend them. On the left is Fear of the Animal Planet by Jason Hribal, and more recently and more theoretically grounded is Animal Resistance in the Global Capitalist Area by Sarah Colling. Now, another example, sorry. Another example which may be indicative of human saviorism is the rhetoric of saving the environment, or as I already mentioned, saving animals. This is often stated in conservationist circles or environmental campaigns that we are or should be saving the rainforest, saving the oceans, or we are saving species from extinction. So this is pretty ironic, and I thought this headline was really, really ironic, as we are on the brink of an ecological disaster and collapse caused by the actions of humans, of course. We are all but saving them, but contributing to their demise. The rainforest doesn't need saving, it needs to be left alone. Consider also the hero worshipping in animal rights activism. I'm just quickly showing these as I'm near the end of my time. This was a post portraying a well-known vegan activist as Jesus. And this was a poster made with the faces from well-known animal rights activists based on the movie poster of The Avengers, the superhero movie from 2012. I first thought this was a parody, but apparently it was made as a sincere tribute to these activists. And similarly to parody accounts denouncing white saviorism, there are also some platforms that take issue with human saviorism, like the Ken Savior and Karen Savior platforms. These are pages on Facebook. This is a post from them parodying animal rights activists who travel the world and mainly photograph themselves. Note that there are analogies, of course, to be made of doing animal rights activism in so-called exotic places in the world and the voluntourism mentioned earlier. So rounding up about human saviorism, these were some key elements to recognize saviorism. Self-serving, self-centering, which does happen in animal activism, making it about the activist or even the organizations, not about the other animals who are oppressed and exploited. The focus is more on the role of the human saviors than on the liberatory struggle of the other animals. But it's not about us, or it shouldn't be about us, but about them. Knowing better, this is a difficult one, I think, because as we are living in a highly industrialized, urbanized world, there are so few spaces left for other animals to live naturally without human interference. And in some cases, yes, indeed, we simply do know better as we have disturbed or destroyed the abilities of other animals to simply live their life unaided, for example, to acquire migration route information from their ancestors that is totally destroyed, for example, for migratory birds, or to simply live without human interference, as is the case in some domesticated species. Think of how, for example, Belgian blue cows cannot give birth naturally anymore, but mostly need a cesarean section, so they cannot survive naturally anymore. Ideally, they should be left alone, but there are few spaces left for them to be left alone. Spaces like Chernobyl, quite ironically really, can learn us a lot about the reclaiming forces of nature. Erasing their voices. So this happens a lot linguistically, for example, with calling ourselves voices for the voiceless. Stripping other animals of their agency when presenting them solely as victims needing to be saved, and not taking into account their resistance against oppression. And doing so maybe implicitly or unknowingly consolidates a speciesist mind frame. And I mentioned the issue of consent previously, consent to be included in photos. I think this is a difficult one when applied to relations between humans and other animals, but nonetheless one that we should be thinking about. It is difficult, but it should not be simply brushed off the table. No systemic solutions. This is obviously evident in animal welfarist activism, which doesn't question the system as such, but only offers welfare improvements while still exploiting the animals. Also, single issue activism, reducitarianism, campaigns like Meatless Monday or Thursday Vegetate, but further also a vegan lifestyle activism, consumerist veganism. They lack any system critique. They focus solely on changing individual behavior. They miss context, the need for structural change. And we need systemic solutions to speciesism, colonialism, patriarchy, and capitalism. We need to challenge the animal industrial complex, and buying a plant-based burger at Burger King will not achieve that. Also, animals first, or all for animals activism, with a focus solely on animal liberation, often misses the crucial understanding of the interconnectedness of all oppressions, indispensable for achieving total liberation. These can all perhaps be somewhat effective on the short term, but I don't think they will bring down the oppressive house. So these were some thoughts about saviorism, white saviorism, able saviorism, and also human saviorism. I would like to note that, of course, not all animal rights or environmental activism has a saviorist approach. I was highlighting a couple of examples. And I also don't want this to come across as if all individual action or short-term campaigns or such have no value, or that all social media posts that include a photo of an activist are to be dismissed or critiqued as saviorism. Of course, that's not the case. I do hope to have raised some questions though, and I hope that it inspires activists to self-reflect about their own activism, as it has certainly been the case for me. And I would like to take the opportunity to thank the organizers again to give me this platform. I would also like to mention Krip Humanimal, which is a platform that I created to explore the interconnections between ableism and speciesism, disability justice, and animal rights. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Geertrui.
Okay.
So we have a couple of questions that did come in. And the first one is actually from John Talent. Hi. And John is asking, could masked animal liberationists like Animal Liberation Front folks be considered engaging in saviorism when the pictures and videos of their rescues are of the animals and the masked humans? In other words, could it be the case that including the humans in the imagery with the rescued animals sort of centers the humans as well as the animals?
Yeah, I think they're, you know, it's often not a black and white situation of there is, say, a saviorist aspect, or is that there is no saviorism at all. I think it's in degrees, and I think there's certainly a degree of saviorism included there, as they are including themselves, although masked, in the picture. And I think we really should be trying to put the focus more in such situations and activism on focusing on the situation of the animals, what they have been through, what they experience, that we are assisting them in their efforts trying to escape, and that we are not really saving them or liberating them. So yes, I think it has maybe a saviorist component. I think that was maybe more a rhetorical question that he maybe thought, I don't know, maybe, yeah.
Yeah. Another question, it's actually more of a comment, but you can respond to it. Human saviorism is gendered, systemically white and male. Media and culture glorifies male saviorism of women as well as male saviorism of animals and other oppressed individuals. But yeah.
Yeah. Yes, that's another aspect that certainly, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, it really came through, like with the pictures that you were showing from the animal rights movement, all these white men over and over again, even the hero image where they're dressed up like superheroes, all white men. Yeah. And then a final question. I've noticed that in the rhetoric about animals escaping from slaughterhouses, etc., the escapees are often called brave and courageous. And I wonder if that characterization is a form of ableism that implies that the other animals who did not escape successfully did not possess similar characterizations of agency. It seems to play into the idea that resistance is an aberration and not a normal state for oppressed animals.
Yeah, that
one was from Ingrid Taylor.
Yeah, that's a really great comment, and certainly, yes, really true. And that's why we should really try to break through and change the narrative of these incidents, how they are framed by the mainstream media. They are often indeed framed that these are exceptional animals, that they are brave, and that they deserve to live their lives in a sanctuary because they were so brave. And that implicitly, of course, holds the idea and makes that we think of all the others, or the media makes us think of all the others. Well, they were not brave enough, they didn't escape, so we shouldn't be saving them. It's only about these special animals. Yes, and that indeed also has an ableist component. And that's where we can, as allies, as true allies, not as performative allies, to other animals step in and try to change that narrative, how it's brought into the media. And that is why I think that initiatives like the Facebook page, Animal Resistance, they document all these stories of animal resistance, and they try also to counter the narrative of how it's brought into the mainstream media. I've also started documenting cases of animal resistance on my Dutch Facebook page, Graswortels, to try and bring these stories more into our activism and change the narrative around them.
Yes, and we have one more question. We are running out of time, but I will read it if you want to respond quickly. Is the use of the word ally to frame supporting other animals problematic insofar as it is a passive position, whereas acting in solidarity might be preferable? That's from Carl Leonard.
Yeah, that's I know there's a lot of criticism as well towards the term being an ally, and maybe it's because for me, being an ally, being truly an ally, really means being not a savior, but showing support and solidarity, stepping in solidarity with other animals. But I think over the years, it has become so much performative allyship that the term has really been watered down. Right. And that a lot of people want to step away from that term and say, no, okay, we're not going to, the allyship is performative. Actually, it's become more or less the same as being a savior for some people, and they want to step away from that, using that term. At least that's how I interpreted the criticism. I'm still using the term, although I realize that that it's problematic for people, but that's why I'll also include it in the presentation, other phrasings, that we are in solidarity, that we should be raising their voices. Those are all other ways of explaining that, we are not the saviors of animals, but we should support them. We are their supporters, we are their, there are probably many other words that we can use. I'm still using the word ally in its original meaning, as I think that still has value. And I hope it doesn't get watered down further down the road, and that it can still stand. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, that was amazing. And just to let you know, there's a comment as well that came in. People are saying it was fantastic, it was brilliant, all kinds of really very impressive adjectives. Everybody loved it. So thank you so much, Geertrui. Really, really appreciate your talk. And we're going to move on. Yeah.
Can I just thank you again for organizing this? And I have to regret that I will be leaving the conference, because it has been a difficult week for me, and I apologize to the other presenters. I don't want to come across as being disrespectful to them, but it's been such a hard week for me, and being a bit later in the evening here. But I'm looking forward to seeing the videos once they will be on YouTube, I guess. They will be posted, and I will surely watch their presentations there. So thank you everybody also for joining in and for listening. Bye.
Thank you, Geertrui. Okay, so we are going to be moving on to our next presenter, which is actually Anas Arafat from Gaza. As some of you may know, Anas is actually my co-founder of an organization called Plant the Land Team, which is a vegan food justice and community projects initiative based in Gaza. And Anas is also a lawyer, and he's done all kinds of humanitarian aid work in Gaza. And of course, he is also Gazan and Palestinian himself. He's going to be talking about the situation in Gaza. First of all, obviously, in the aftermath of this horrendous bombing that Israel just subjected it to, and also the general situation in Gaza under Israeli sanctions and military control. So he's going to be talking specifically about the impact that those oppressive actions have been having on the people of Gaza, the land, the animals, and specifically how war and sanctions both exacerbate disability and also cause disability and health conditions, including mental health conditions as well, in people who would not necessarily have those issues without that. And he's going to be talking about basically the general situation living under this oppressive system. So Anas, I am going to pass the mic to you whenever you're ready.
I'm ready. First, thank you for inviting me for this conversation. I'm very happy for this. And I want to thank everyone who hear me or watch me. Hello, everyone. My name is Anas Arafat. I'm from Palestine, from Gaza City. I'm 28 years old. I work as a lawyer and also social activist in the plant land team in the Gaza Strip. I'm blessed to talk to you, and I'm blessed with you interest in the issue of Palestine, especially in the Gaza, as the media does not always convey information correctly about what is happening inside Palestine and especially inside Gaza. I will talk about several things. Maybe the most important things of which is that we have been suffering from a siege for more than 14 years. Maybe many people also didn't know about Palestine or about Gaza, but maybe everyone should know that Palestinian under occupation and Israel stole the land, and now they put the Gaza under the siege. As the Israel army prevents the entry of the materials needed to develop the Gaza to develop the Gaza Strip, and we also suffer from our inability to travel because of the measures taken by Israel towards us. Everyone may know just can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Anas, are you there? Hello?
How are you?
Yes, Anas, are you there? Yes, people are saying they can hear you.
Everyone may know that several months ago, we were under Israel bombing, which destroyed many civilians, traditional buildings, and many industrial facilities in Gaza. And this had a significant impact on the lives of the residents in Gaza. As the world was suffering from the impact from the virus, we were suffering from the bombing and also from the virus that become widespread in Gaza. The other thing that I will talk about is the impact of the Israeli bombing on the lives of children in Gaza, as many children suffer until this moment from fear because of the missiles that Israel army is throwing in Gaza without humanity. Toxic and many, the toxic of rockets, many research say that the case of the spread of cancer in Gaza is the toxic smoke that comes out of Israel missiles. Perhaps everyone also should know that in 2014, Israel used phosphorus, which led to the spread of many diseases. This phosphorus also led to the burn and destruction of trees, and the areas where phosphor fill become unsuitable for a plant. Also, Israel did not only kill or disappealed and also killed animals. I mean, Israel not just killed the people, they also killed the animals. Many chicken was died because Israel destroyed the farmer for this chicken. Also, many cows also died because Israel not allowed to people to provide the food for those cows or a chicken. Also, I need to talk about something happened with me in the last war when I visit some families. I watched someone is a special need. He is special needs, and he tried to move his chair to go to some side safe because the bomb being very heavy in this time, and he tried to go to some area or some place safe for him, but the the bombing being very heavy, and he was afraid too much. He was afraid too much, and that made me also afraid because I was not able to do anything because I'm alone, and everyone being afraid when we heard the bombing from Israel. And like I said, Israel did not only kill children or disabled, they also killed animals. In the last war, the world saw that 2 children from Gaza tried to save a fish. They were grazing inside their house, and that a cat come out from under the rubble, but this cat was suffering from wounds. And like I said, I will talk about one of the situations that happened to me during the last war. I told you now this, but I will explain more. As I was visiting families in Gaza, I saw some people with special needs, and those during the war suffer from their inability to move from one place to another. I felt the fear that this person was feeling as the sounds of shelling were strong, and this man was trying to move his chair to reach a safe place. Also, I need everyone to not forget that we didn't have electricity. As electricity is available for 4 hours in day, and it has also become rare today for us to a job because of the condition in Gaza. Many of the facilities were closed due to the lack of materials and the lack of desire to buy because of the condition in Gaza. Also, I need to talk about the children, how they feel when Israel attacked Gaza. Children being afraid too much. And about my family, I have a girl and boy. They are my children. They until now afraid when they hear the aircraft in the Gaza sky, and when they hear anything bomb, when they hear the bomb, they being afraid too much, and that's make a problem for them in the future. Maybe I should let everyone know that I have a diabetic. I'm type 1 of a diabetic, and in the war, I'm not able to provide my medicine because I cannot leave my home. That Israel, everyone feel Israel will kill everyone can leave his home or can or need to do something. Israel can target him or target the aim of Palestinian without any reason. Many homes and many towers destroyed without any reason and without a humanity from them. Finally, I will talk about the team. First, I should thank my friend. She is not just my friend, she is like my sister Laura, because she is create the team, and she have the idea for this team. So I should thank her for this. And I want to let everyone know about my team. We are volunteer. We have now many members of volunteers. They are try to provide and try to help people in Gaza. We are trying to provide assistance to families in Gaza who suffer from their inability to provide their needs, such as food, drink, and housing. And we also trying to improve the lives of families in Gaza. We change the life for more families in Gaza to have a better to have a better life. Also, I need to talk about medicines, about jobs, about many things. Many families cannot able to provide what they want or provide like a toys for the children, for their children, because the situation in Gaza too bad. Many fathers lost their work because the situation we are in the to better. I will talk about some projects we provide food for more than 1,000 families in Gaza. We are a water and a healthy water. Last time we provide rent and gas bottles, kitchen utilities.
And that's from Victoria Lyon. Your stories about disabled people in Gaza being trapped in extremely dangerous conditions and unable to seek shelter during the latest bombing campaign are deeply heartbreaking. I would like to ask your thoughts about how, oh, sorry, hold on one second. I would like to ask your thoughts about how the vulnerability of disabled people in such emergency situations in Gaza and other highly vulnerable parts of the world will be compounded by climate change and human-made environmental crises. Yeah, I think Anas is gone. So hopefully he will be able to rejoin us. Oh, I think he's back. Again, of course, we're dealing with the situation in Gaza, so this is what it's like there. Very hard to conduct any sort of business or really keep in contact with the outside world, although they do a lot with what they have. But Anas, are you there? I'm going to move on. And can everyone hear me? Yes. Okay, good. All right. So we're going to be moving on. And we are going to welcome our next speaker, Leanne Thill. She is a PhD. She is a registered art therapist. And she's going to be speaking about art-based eco-ability exploration of disordered eating, body image distress, and gender with vegan women that she has worked with in her practice. Leanne is an artist, art therapist, and professor who recently completed her doctorate in expressive therapies at Lesley University. She was active in health advocacy spaces for many years, organizing international art-based initiatives for patient empowerment. She became engaged with animal rights while working on her doctorate, widening the scope of her research and activism. Her current research and writing is an interdisciplinary art-based exploration of body image, food relationships, veganism, disability, gender, sexuality, interspecies relationships, and imagery through a critical animal studies lens. Leanne lives in New Jersey with her husband, 3 dogs, 2 cats, and a blind sparrow. She manages multiple health conditions, buys too many books, and makes fabulous vegan chili. Okay, so Leanne, are you with us? Yes, okay. So happy to see your beautiful face. So yes, and
hey, there, unmute.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, should I just start?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see, share screen. Share, oop, I want to go to the start. And there we go. Okay. Excuse me, like very dry today. So before I start, I want to recognize the potentially sensitive nature of these topics. As the presentation suggests, I will be discussing body image and disordered eating. There is also brief mention of self-harm, and I will let you know when that slide is coming up. So I want to briefly situate myself in relation to the topic. I have a long-standing interest in eating disorders and food and body issues that are complicated by circumstances requiring special attention to dietary needs. Previously, I have researched food and body issues that are complicated by chronic illness. I came to this current research topic after becoming vegan, and the research was inspired by the work of Carol Adams, who has written about the entangled nature of political and socio-cultural violence against women and other animals from an ecofeminist perspective. I wondered if her theories about the mechanisms of this violence, if internalized, might operate as mechanisms for violence against oneself in the form of disordered eating behaviors and body image distress. Through an eco-ability lens, I'm exploring relationships between illness, gender, and animal rights. When I say illness, disordered eating was the primary focus of this research that I'm describing today, but for these research participants, there were other co-occurring mental health concerns like depression and anxiety, as well as physical health issues. So for historical context, women who align with animals have been pathologized in white Western culture over the last 2 centuries. In the 1800s, women's rights activists saw their struggle as intertwined with socioeconomic inequity and animal welfare, and they were the primary drivers of the anti-vivisection movement. Opposition to the anti-vivisection movement included scientists and physicians, professions that were almost exclusively male. In response to promising pending anti-vivisection legislation in the US in the early 20th century, these men lobbied against the efforts and didn't cloak their resentment that women would challenge them. They relied on gendered tropes such as female irrationality, denigrating sentiment, and charging advocates as immoral. So a neurologist, Dr. Dana, proposed that women suffered from zoophil psychosis, giving merit to these sexist tropes. The New York Times published an article in 1909 validating and propagating the idea that women who advocated for animals were mentally ill. So the quote here, "I plead for sick humanity and against the excess in such sentiment for animals as leads to selfishness and injustice and the development of more psychopathic states. There is growing up an enormous mass of artificially cultivated tenderness toward supposititious suffering. There will come next tears over the suffering of a fading flower and sorrow over the unquenched thirst of the withering plant," which is probably familiar to anyone who is vegan and has had any kind of debate with anyone who is not vegan. So a contemporary example of conflating women's relationships with animals and mental illness is the crazy cat lady. This trope has a long history, used to indict women who weren't married, did not have children, and it's often associated with older women. The modern update is that it's also associated with unmarried women heavily invested in their jobs, and it's become the capitalist gift that keeps on giving. The first image, "I was normal 3 cats ago," is a poster that you can buy online. The image on the right, you say crazy cat lady like it's a bad thing, is a magnet for sale on Amazon. And the bottom image is the crazy cat lady action figure gift set, featuring a woman with glazed eyes, wearing a bathrobe and pajamas, several cat figures, and a cat tree. So the crazy cat lady is a woman of many talents. She declares her allegiance to cats. She makes a joke of and also points to both animal hoarding and women's advocacy on behalf of animals. She provides an opportunity for good intentions to obscure cruelty, and she operates as a scapegoat who can be repudiated publicly while intensive animal keeping, such as what we see or don't see in CAFOs or factory farms, gets off the hook. And here we have an image of Eleanor Abernathy, the famous crazy cat lady from The Simpsons. The quote is from the book Animal Ladies, a clever word combining animals, ladies, and maladies. The author of this particular chapter, Fiona Probyn-Rapsey, explores the relationships between the crazy cat lady, animal hoarders, and CAFOs. It's a very smart analysis, and I definitely recommend the book, which includes chapters about topics like the history of comparing people with cognitive disabilities to animals, conflating mental illness with speciesism, and bringing us to my research topic, pathologizing veganism as orthorexia. So my research question was, how does the experience of being a woman who is vegan relate to the experience of disturbed eating behavior and body image distress? So we don't really have time for me to talk about all the images. I mean, maybe we can, if there's time during questions, if people have questions about the images, I can certainly go back. But I'll say that this one that Angela did on the left, she was exploring animal rights theory in relation to animals, and she focused on pigs. And my response piece to that was about my relationship to cows. And I also included text as she had done. And I used some art material, the white art material that crackles, to represent spilled milk. So I recruited 4 women who had been vegan for at least 1 year and self-identified as having disturbed eating behavior and body image distress. Each woman participated in 4 individual sessions. The first 3 sessions included art making and discussion. The women were invited to create mixed media layered collages about the themes of the research. All sessions were audio recorded. The art making process was video recorded. Following each art session, I created response art with written reflections. At the end of the first 3 sessions, I also created a short video of each participant's art making process. During the 4th session, we looked at their completed pieces and my response pieces. We watched their video and we had a review and update discussion. So this chart is to try and help clarify what that process was, because there was a lot of steps involved. I transcribed all the audio recordings and used content analysis to identify commonalities, which resulted in these 6 essential ideas. And we will go through each of those in the upcoming slides. Reclaiming space describes ways in which bodies occupy space that the women had in relationships and community, and space that the environment and animals have. And this is a quote from Angela about her piece on the left. When I feel positive about myself, I feel comfortable with the amount of space I take up in the world around me. I'm allowed to take up space. There's nothing wrong with that, which she represented here with glitter and stars. Whereas in the visceral fat quadrant, which is down here, there's something very wrong, it's sickly, and it's gross. And then my response piece, because she had kind of separated these different experiences with very clearly, like, did not integrate them, I was thinking about the different ideas that she represented here and tried to find a way to visually integrate them. Defining female was about their experiences as women, which included bodily experiences, gender expression, relationships, and societal expectations. Here's a quote from Alex. "The way that blood is suppressed by society, so in female-bodied normative experience of what it means to be a woman and getting a period, and you're not supposed to talk about it. And then also with factory farming, how animal and livestock are slaughtered, the blood, the gruesome parts. You know what? Let's just not talk about that at the table." Navigating food choices included food choices in social contexts, taking climate change and human rights into consideration, and ideas about good and bad food. This piece by Alex, she talked about the environment and trying to make food choices that were vegan, but also took into consideration climate change and human rights. And the image with the purple in the middle, that's a woman blowing vaping smoke. And Alex told me that that includes palm oil, which I did not know about. So she talked about palm oil and how that is destructive to the environment, and kind of situated that as being a person who appears to be female, kind of expressing herself and trying to be autonomous, and but also in that process kind of taking actions that are destructive to the environment. Vegan in context reflects how veganism functions in relationships, as well as how it is represented by both vegans, non-vegans, and broader societal messaging about veganism and animal rights. Lexi Jane said, "I think introducing people to animals is probably the best way to make new vegans. Well, give them good food. I think non-vegans who take tours, like they do a survey at the end of the tour at Woodstock Farm Sanctuary, and like, are you vegan, vegetarian, omnivore? They ask, will you like, I'm not vegan, but I am now after meeting the animals." Her representation here is a chicken, a pig, and a cow, and the striped papers represented prison to her, and she talked about how they were leaving prison and having blue skies and being outside again. Oh, I'm sorry. This is the one where I'm talking about self-harm. I meant to mention that before I got to this slide. I apologize for that. Identification and relationship with other animals and environment describes feeling connected to animals, relationships with animals, ways that the women interacted with the environment, and concerns about climate. So in discussing her art making process, Sinclair said, "It's like trying to commit suicide. If you're going to cut your wrists, you have to overcome a lot of, this is not what you do. It felt similar when I was cutting the animals. This is just not what you do. There's this instinctual drive to preserve life." So part of her art making process was matching different animal heads with other animal bodies. And so she was referring to that kind of instinct she had about cutting the images out and how it felt wrong to cut them up in that way. And then the last idea that came from the analysis was disability as a vegan woman. Lexi Jane said, "I know if I was eating less pudding and bread and more greens and beans, I would be in less physical pain At the time of our art making sessions, she was experiencing chronic pain. And at the conclusion of the series, when we met for the final session, she revealed that she had been diagnosed with fibromyalgia. So she had been trying to manage some of those symptoms with her diet. So some of the takeaways from the results that are supported by the literature include veganism as a political act is potentially healing for women because it can shift focus to social change and community. 2, a purposeful practice of compassion towards others enabled these women to extend compassion towards the self and better manage disturbed eating behavior and body image distress. 3, health focus as a vegan seems to be a risk factor for disordered eating. Angela was very focused on health and talked about that during our art making sessions. And at the conclusion, there was some time lapse between the art sessions and the final session. She had become involved in the body positivity movement and was not vegan anymore. She described herself as veganish. So she, I think, illustrates how this is really complicated for some women who are trying to make ethical changes or ethical decisions, but just kind of struggling with all the messaging and the feelings about their body. Sorry. Okay, so 4, everyone mentioned various relationship challenges related to being vegan with family, friends, other peers, and in romantic relationships. 5, attempts to pathologize veganism as an eating disorder is part of a long history of pathologizing women's relationships with other animals, and this disempowers women who are taking a political stance. 6, the use of video triggered physical memories and enhanced discussion. I'm sorry there wasn't time to show some of those videos today, but I can certainly provide the links if anyone's interested. My email address is at the end of the slideshow, and you're welcome to reach out to me.
You can also put them in the chat box. You know, after your talk is done, you can just put them in the chat box too.
Okay. All right. Let me figure that out.
Yeah.
Okay. 7, discussing response art fostered a sense of collaboration and co-creation. And 8, art-based research facilitated conversations about personal and socio-political concerns. So I know we have a time, so I want to try and keep to that. This is a functional model of the 6 essential ideas. It represents how the ideas about the results connect femaleness, veganism, and disturbed eating behavior and body image distress. So as an example, to illustrate how vegan in context, vegan in context functioned for Angela. She described an interaction with someone who said that she doesn't look vegan. And the unspoken part of that for her was that vegans are skinny and Angela is not skinny. The experience was intrinsically about being vegan, but the relational experience connected veganism to femaleness, and the message underlying the comment connected veganism to body image distress. So in this model, OFC stands for objectification, fragmentation, and consumption, the cycle theorized by Carol Adams that describes interconnected violence against women and animals. So I have theorized that if the OFC cycle is internalized, it can manifest as food and body issues and seeing oneself as an object, seeing oneself as fragmented into parts, and a focus on consumption or not of food. I have also proposed an antithesis to the OFC cycle to account for the ways that these women felt that being vegan helped them. The IIC cycle is individuality, integration, and co-creation. Individuality describes recognizing everyone's inherent value and their subjective experiences, including animals. Integration describes seeing oneself and others as whole, recognizing complexities and contexts. And co-creation describes relationship building with others and the environment. So the IIC OFC model is an effort to understand the dynamic nature of these dimensions of lived experience. These variations of the cycle, in this image, the disordered eating and body image distress is big, and in this one it's small. And the difference here is that the objectification cycle was stronger, and in this one, the antithesis cycle that I proposed was stronger. So this characterizes the dynamic nature of how the 6 essential ideas can impact lived experience. When their experience reflected an OFC cycle, their disturbed eating behavior and their body image distress took up more space in their lives. Conversely, when the dynamic reflected the IIC cycle, they experienced more satisfaction, and eating behavior and body image distress were less disruptive in their lives. So implications and conclusions, further research, as is always the case with research, definitely more diverse participants and maybe different study design. Collage is not a novel approach, but the emphasis on layering and surface development made it a different experience than it would have been with some other kind of art making process. Research on people who are vegan with eating disorders in a treatment setting is limited. What are their needs? How can they be supported? Motivations for being vegan can be multidimensional and change over time. Can someone focused on health shift their primary motivation to ethics and potentially lower their risk for disordered eating? And how can critical animal studies, ecofeminist theory, and ecoability theory, essential to formulating this research and making sense of the results, apply to other art-based research? And what is the role of art-based research in these disciplines, given the ecological crisis and the harms of all systems of oppression? These are urgent questions. And here's me and my animals, because I just love to show everybody pictures of them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Leanne. That was a really, really fantastic presentation. And I can see already that the comments are coming in saying pretty much the same, that they all really thought that it was very thought-provoking and very original, kind of groundbreaking ideas. So I'm going to start off with a question from Victoria Lyon. And we're going to put a trigger warning that there's talk of abuse in this, pretty heavy, and also eating disorders, of course. So Victoria says, anecdotally, I first became interested in vegetarianism and veganism at a very young age, which my biological family absolutely did not support. And I think it is noteworthy that those who seemed most offended by my desire to not eat animals and expressed the most anger toward me were those who were also the most offended by the idea of me as a child having any autonomy or control regarding decisions about my own body, or having any meaningful consent to what was done to me. One accusation my mother would frequently throw at me with regard to my interest in veganism was that I would inevitably develop an eating disorder and be forcibly hospitalized. So that's really interesting. Leanne, did you ever encounter any of that sort of experience in any of the clients that you worked with, or what are your thoughts on that?
Let me think for a second. So, Sinclair had been sort of on and off vegan and vegetarian, like starting in childhood or very early adolescence. But she did not talk about getting a lot of pushback from her family. But she also had like a very troubled family situation with kind of my impression was that her parents were kind of disengaged, and then she had a really traumatic experience with a car accident that involved a fatality. So then let me think. Angela did. She became vegetarian in her kind of early adolescence, but her primary interest was in weight management. So I don't think this is only 4 women who participated, but I mean, what Victoria describes isn't surprising in any kind of way, especially with the role that food plays in families and in social life, and kind of the ideologies that families have around that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty heavy. And again, this idea of consent is just so, I'm going to say that I think there is a really much broader conversation to be had about consent where children are concerned, because their consent is violated in every which way imaginable.
Right.
And it's never spoken about. And I think Tori brings up a really, really important point with that even on both on the family level and on the systemic institutional level, there is just no regard for children have the right to say yes or no, and that's something that I find even in social justice circles, that conversation isn't being had to the extent that it really should be had. And I would say, as an educator myself, I think it really needs to be had in the school system as well, because it's like we put children through 12 years of drumming into their head that they have no right to say no, on a complete societal level. And then we wonder why they don't realize that they have rights. So yeah, it's like very interesting to kind of open that broader conversation up about violation and consent and how this all relates to it. Okay, so we have another comment from Mary Wheel, and Mary says, most societies are male, abled, slim, and human supremacist. The power is intersectional and structural. It is the institutionalized basis of female body contempt. So yeah, any thoughts, Leanne, on that one?
I mean, I agree.
Yeah, I agree too, unfortunately.
Yeah, very smart, very smart, relevant comment.
Yeah, no kidding. Okay, do we have any other questions or comments for Leanne? Okay, I think we might be done.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sorry, Marvy Wheel. Sorry, Marvy. It's hard to see because, yeah, I don't know why, but on the Zoom, sometimes it just like the initial comes up, but not the full name. And then like the name comes up for a second, but then it doesn't really show. I don't know. It's very strange. But anyway, okay. Great. Thank you so much. And
Thank you.
yes, thank you. Wonderful talk. Excellent. Okay, so we are going to be continuing on. And yes, Nathan is saying if there are questions, please do type them in the chat box. And they can be answered by the presenter in the chat box if the presenter is able to stick around for the end of the conference. So even if you have questions or comments that come up later on in response to some of the talks that we're hearing, especially for Anas, because unfortunately, of course, Anas, due to the situation in Gaza, he got cut off and didn't get to finish his talk and answer questions. So, if you want to type the questions into the chat box, the presenters, if they're still around, will hopefully be able to answer them. Okay, so our next speaker actually on schedule is supposed to be Kelsey Atkinson. Oh no, I'm sorry, Jessica Rowshandel. Here we are. Okay.
Hello.
Hi. Okay, so Jessica is an all-around amazing person, and I know this because she is a good friend of mine, and I'm in constant awe of her and all of their accomplishments. Jessica is going to be speaking on the subject of how do you hike in a wheelchair and other eco-ability-related questions. Fieldwork in the sciences is inaccessible and disrespectful. I love the fact that you do not mince words about this.
I mean, I don't know how else to put it.
Right.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes. So, Jessica, who uses both they and she pronouns, is disabled and neurodivergent. They are a former social worker and switched careers in 2015. They have nearly 20 years of experience working for nonprofits, including, after their career change, advocating for New York City's unhoused, supporting people with lupus, and helping arts and queer organizations with their technology operations. They have a bachelor's in forensic psychology from John Jay College and a master's in social work from Columbia University. They are also currently pursuing a Bachelor of Science in Geosciences at Chevron State College. Jessica is passionate about social justice and has used writing and volunteering as ways to express this passion outside of the nonprofit industrial complex. They have been involved in non-human advocacy for over 10 years. This includes the presentations Housing Discrimination and Pets of the Homeless presentation for Albany Law School and Pro-Vegan Self-Care Racial Justice Activists, which was the Sista Vegan Conference, the vegan praxis of Black Lives Matter, and volunteering for In Defense of Animals. So Jessica has this amazing, very varied background, combination of social work and social justice, but also the hard sciences. I know they have a background in astrophysics as well. Yeah, and many amazing things. Also an incredible visual artist, poet, writer, and the list goes on and on and on and on. So I'm very happy to have Jessica here speaking today, and I'm going to pass the mic to you.
Thank you. You make me blush. All right, I'm going to share my screen. Here we go. So, like Laura said, hold on, let me get this stuff out of the way. The Zoom stuff that like interrupts your screen, even though your viewers can't see it. Anyway, so how do you hike in a wheelchair and other eco-ability related questions? Fieldwork in the sciences is inaccessible and disrespectful. So like Laura said, my name is Jessica. My pronouns are they, she. And I have a bunch of side notes throughout the presentation. So the first side note is on slide accessibilities. So I apologize if there's too much text for anyone, because I know that can be really hard to like listen and like read at the same time, but that's more for me because I don't do well with the notes feature on, you know, on Google Slides, and I have a very poor memory, so I need the prompting. And so I tried to make it high contrast between the background and the text, and I put alt images, alt text for images in case anyone needs that. And then also Google Slides has accessibility settings that you just can click like, yes, do that. So I did all that, still learning, because this is the first time I've actually, I'm like, oh, I need to do that. That's important, especially for a conference that deals with the intersection of disability. So additionally, accessible font, line spacing was considered font size, and if anyone needs a transcript, I'm happy to type one up. Okay, so another side note, some notes on science's legacy of entitlement. So one of my favorite places to go in terms of science justice is Free Radicals, and their website is freerats.org. And this is just like one snippet of a comic that is on there. And I thought it was really appropriate since I'm talking about geosciences. Who is digging? Who is digging in these mines? Who is digging into the earth? So there are a lot of questions other than who is digging, right? That we don't ask. We just being people. I mean, not me, I'm not personally mining anything, but like, you know, when scientists and engineers and whoever go into the field, do they ask whose land are they digging in? Do they ask, is it okay if we dig here? Is it okay if we do whatever it is here? This goes back centuries when people just like decided, I'm just going to go into this person's home, basically, to their land and like take things or do other definitely not good things. But specifically when we're talking about like mining, just to give it a little bit of context, how is this going to impact the people who live here? Are we allowed to take things from here? Like, no, but people have done it anyway, right? How will we make a fair exchange for the resources that we want? These are definitely not questions that were asked, right? Like when people came, colonizers came to Turtle Island, they did not ask these questions. And imagine if they did, life would be very different. Also, though, who is doing the digging? Who is doing the work? Are you exploiting people? Are you paying workers fairly? Are they safe? And what's the impact on the environment? And how does it impact non-humans? So I just wanted to, like in my abstract, when I talk about like how going into the field, which is basically going into nature, is imperialistic, it's because we're not asking these questions. And there's just been this sense of like, I'm here and I have a right to do whatever I want, right? So me, I'm queer, I'm fat, I'm brown. I am of Puerto Rican, Afro-Puerto Rican and Iranian heritage. Full disclosure, while I have overall been vegan for many, many years, there have been points that I consider pro-vegan where for reasons that would require a whole other presentation, I have had periods of somewhere between vegetarianism and like vegan-ish. So I don't want to give like a false image of myself. And so that's that. So like Laura was saying, I studied geology. I'm a part-time undergraduate student. And my program requires field work, which means going out into nature and doing geology. And many sciences rely on this. Biology, ecology, like even space science, like in terms of astrobiology, requires going into the field. So this is not limited to geoscience. It's just that's my background. So I'm using that as an example, but what I'm about to share can be applied to any scientific discipline that works in nature. So I have gone into the field, but I have multiple chronic disabilities. First being fibromyalgia. If anyone's not familiar, the main things with fibromyalgia are widespread pain, and body pain, and also fatigue. When it comes to going into the field, heat and cold sensitivity are an issue for me, and I need bathroom access because there's something that sometimes irritates the bladder that's affiliated with or related to fibromyalgia. I have ADHD, so sometimes it's hard to process auditory information, which is very interesting when you are standing in a group of people in front of a wall of rock, like a mountainside, and somebody's teaching and speaking, and you're supposed to somehow absorb all of that. Like that's not something that I can do very easily. I compensate for it by taking copious notes, but that often also delays me, and then I miss things, and it annoys people. It also annoys people that I ask a lot of questions, because that is how I process information, because I often either miss things or I don't understand things without like all the pieces. And it annoys people so much that one time a professor said, you need to just go look that up on Wikipedia. Like, he was just irritated by me. It's like, oh, thanks. This is actually your job, but thank you. And because of all these things that I've just mentioned, like sometimes I have a slower processing speed because I'm not in an environment that's conducive to my learning style. Sometimes my wires get crossed and I make strange comments that, like, as they're coming out of my mouth, it's like, why am I saying this? This makes no sense. And then it makes me feel really self-conscious and like kind of inferior. So it's like the emotional aspect of ADHD. And then on top of that, and this is related to fibromyalgia as well, are memory problems. I have trouble with working memory. I also have depression and anxiety. So I thought this meme was pretty fitting for talking about nature and disability, because when I have been out in the field, this is really what I've wanted to do, which for anyone who, for any reason, cannot see the image, it's a person laying on a mattress on the grass. The mattress is on the grass, and it says, when you're depressed and someone says, quote unquote, you should go outside. So that's what I want to do, but instead I've had to hike in very hot weather uphill for many hours. So other things that I have are these very intermittent, low-grade, but debilitating fevers. Right now, diagnosed as fever of unknown origin, and I'm probably on the autism spectrum, which is, of course, not a bad thing, but it makes being in the field for 2 weeks with a group of like 10 or 12 people, and then like navigating the social atmosphere of that is difficult for me. So on to like actually being in the field. So going into a cave while disabled and fat. So this is a picture of me wearing a hard hat and a face mask. This was pre-pandemic. The face mask is there because we were told that in the cave there was, I think, either a lot of bird poop or bat poop that was really bad for you to breathe in. And so when we brought this to the attention of some of the leadership, they didn't seem too concerned, but between me and like a pregnant woman, we were like, we're going to buy these masks from the supermarket and wear them because we were concerned. It actually didn't turn out to be an issue, but it's when you're not struggling with something physical, it might not occur to you that like these things are an issue. But if you're like very able-bodied person who never really encounters physical problems, it'd be like, it's okay, it doesn't matter, who cares, right? But like, so you have to consider, you have to have people like me in the field with you to say, hey, like, hold on a second, this is not okay. So this was the entrance to the cave. This is a snippet of a big gate. The gate was really big, but this was a little square hole. And I was looking at it like, how am I going to get through that? Because I am fat and everything in my body right now hurts. I did get through it, but for the few minutes where I was watching everybody climb through it, I was mortified, very anxious. And then we walked a bit in the cave. It's a limestone cave. It was a very cool place. I'm glad that I was able to fit through. I don't know if I could fit through it now because I'm bigger than I was when I took this picture. But that's also something to consider, right? And like, how embarrassing would it have been for me if I tried to go through that and couldn't fit or couldn't get through like that? But there was no consideration for that, right? Because like, never had they had a disabled person in the field with them. Anyway, we walked a little bit in the cave, and then a lot of the students who I love, these are people I love. I'm not putting them down in any way, but they're also very able-bodied. So these are not things that they consider. They were like, oh, there's like this very unsafe, like climb down. Let's go see what it is. And then they secured a rope to like some other piece of rock and went down. And that was like, again, like every step of the way, I'm constantly like, I can't do that, but have fun, you do that. So me and the pregnant woman and my professor who is dealing with like arthritis decided to not do that. And it was actually fine because we then explored like the part of the cave that, you know, that was the part that like we entered that was flat and like not scary. And we saw some fossils and we saw some cool stuff, but yeah, that was also a little intimidating. Anyway, so when you're disabled in the field, you hike for hours and miles in whatever weather. It's usually from my school done in the springtime, like in early May, and it's already super hot by the time we get into the mountains. And a lot of times these are not like forested areas. These are like desert areas where there's no coverage of any kind and just the sun is beating down on you. I don't do well in that. And it's also day after day for 2 weeks straight. So for my body, that's not a good thing because I need rest. I need like more rest than the average person. So this is a kind of torture for me to do, but I still do it. I'm not even sure how I do it. And then the other thing is like, I live basically at sea level. I live in Los Angeles and everywhere we've gone has been high altitude, and I've not done well with the high altitude and I can't breathe. That's another issue. Also, I need to go to the bathroom and there's not really access to bathrooms. Luckily, I have perfected squatting, but still, that is not the only thing that you might need to do, and I need bathrooms. And then there's also the expectation to learn very quickly. So like you go, you see a thing, people talk really fast, and then they move on and go and see another thing. And it's like, I have no idea what's happening right now because I didn't hear what you said or I didn't process what you said. So you can see like why this is not accessible for people with disabilities. And it's not just physical disabilities, it's any kind of disability. And I have both, I have cognitive, mental, and physical. So like, it's a challenge. So here, this is Hart Mountain in Wyoming. And the interesting thing, this is alt text for this to just be a picture of Hart Mountain, Wyoming, from the entrance, looking to the mountain and like where the summit of the mountain is. This used to be a Japanese internment camp. This is another side note. Like I would have loved if we spent some time saying like what happened here, not just kind of like plowing through and being like, we're going to look at rocks all day. I mean, I could look at rocks all day. I love rocks. I could look at them, but I also want to know what happened here, because that is something that's a very severe part of our history that like we should be talking about as we're going through this land. And whose land is this? Whose land did we take? Right? We should also be talking about that. But anyway, even aside from the social issues that intersect with ecology, I had to hike all of that. We all had to hike all of that. That is to the top of the mountain is about 11 miles. I didn't make it to the top, but it was still, I still think I went like 5 or 6 miles. It was very hot and there were bears. We didn't see the bears, but they were there. We had to have bear spray, and luckily we didn't get eaten. So we're just like going into the land, interrupting bear season. Like they were legitimate, like they should be there. That's where they live, right? And that's when they come out of hibernation and do their thing. And this was all uphill. So yeah, that was, so about halfway through, I just had to say like, I cannot go anymore. And then luckily another student stayed with us, and then there was another student who had some back issues, and she was also like, oh, thank goodness you said something, because I also cannot go anymore. So we kind of just hung out while they went to the top of the mountain because they wanted to see something. I forgot what it was, but it was like, oh, we have to see this like cool geology thing. And like I was relieved that I could say like I need to stop now. But also it's a little bit embarrassing also because I'm fat, because the assumption is like, oh, she's fat, she can't do this. So, well, actually that's not true. And my very first trip, there was the first time I realized like I cannot breathe because of high altitude. somebody said, you know, I lost 20 pounds when I first went on my first field camp. And I just wanted to like, I don't know, I love the guy like so much, but it was just a little bit of a misguided comment. And then over time, they realized like she has physical issues. And even if it was because I'm fat, like that's none of anyone's business, right? Okay, so here I am partway through hiking to Heart Mountain, like to the mountain, looking pretty unhappy. I was really unhappy and I was very hot, and I don't know how I didn't, like, I can become like faint in too much heat. So I must have been somehow keeping myself hydrated and cool enough, because too much heat is, I overheat more quickly than the average person. Like if I'm doing something as simple as like walking in my neighborhood, if I don't bring like enough things to cool myself down, I could pass out. Okay, so like I said, being disabled in the field, you get comments on body weight. I was terrified that we would have to go tent camping, and luckily we didn't. We did KOA camps, like we did cabins at KOA, so there were beds that had, you know, very basic mattresses. But the trip that was supposed to happen last year but didn't because of COVID had like a night or two of tent camping. Before COVID happened, I was kind of like, oh my God, how am I going to do that? I have to get up like 10 times at night just to like go pee, and I cannot sleep on rocks. And even the like little rolly padded thing that I have isn't going to be enough, because like everything is going to hurt. And then also, like I mentioned before, like we just don't get enough sleep or rest because we're out hiking or whatever all day long. And then we come back and then we have to do chores like cooking and cleaning. And then we have a ton of homework to do. And because I take so many notes and because I process things more slowly, it takes me longer to do my homework. So I'm always late with my homework, but my professor understands. I also heard horror stories from other camps, like very, very, very cold weather, unexpectedly. It wasn't like they planned this, but it was like very unexpected cold weather, and they got through it. I would have struggled more. And just some like situations that for me were a little bit scary hiking, like things that were just like too steep, either going up or going down. We went down something once, and like I don't know how I got out because it was so steep, and I don't have the upper arm strength to like pull myself up, but I got out. Obviously I'm here. So these are all very stressful, and they caused me a lot of anxiety, and I cried a lot. At the same time, I'm also glad I went because I did learn a lot, like despite everything I'm saying. So I'm not trying to say like I hated it. I kind of did, but I also kind of loved it. And again, like a note on my school, my professors are amazing, and the students that I'm in classes with and on trips with are amazing. It's a very Midwestern, like in the middle of the Midwest school in a tiny town. They never had a vegan in field camp, and they never had a disabled person in field camp. Field camp is the 2-week trip. We call it geology field camp. But since I started, they've been extremely accommodating and very understanding. It was just the first year that I went because I didn't know what to expect, and they didn't know what to do with a disabled vegan. It was challenging, but we've talked about it and we've made lots of accommodations for me. So this is not to disparage any of them. So in the field while vegan, I have no idea, Laura, like where I am on time because I cannot see my clock. So hopefully I'm doing okay. So in the field while vegan, this lovely person is Ginny the donkey. And everybody loved Ginny, whether they were vegan or not vegan. And in this picture is Ginny's head and somebody's hand feeding Ginny bread. Ginny the donkey is so cute. We loved her, of course. She's cute. She's personable and friendly. It's kind of like the same attitude of like having dogs and cats at home and then like going and eating a cheeseburger, like that kind of thing. Because the same people asked, do you want to go to a rodeo? I was like, no, I absolutely do not want to go to a rodeo. Thank you. And then very clearly stating like, I think I had some meals ready to eat, like these dried vegan packs of food. And at the end of one of my trips, I was like, oh, you're going to be like in the middle of nowhere for 2 weeks. Do you want to take these? And a guy who's a good friend of mine was laughing. He said like, know, and I can't give them to anyone because they'll look at me like, what? We eat meat in Wyoming. That's what he said. So it's very much a culture of meat eating. Even though I was their first vegan, it wasn't an issue. We had access to supermarkets, and I basically had full reign to get whatever I needed, and people were very considerate about what I could eat. Like they were very sensitive to that, so I can't even complain. So just to juxtapose Ginny the donkey and like this desert lizard that we encountered, and some of the students thought it was funny to bother the desert lizard. And it was very upsetting for me because I'm like, can you leave this lizard alone? This lizard is not doing anything to you. And like, it was just, there was just such a juxtaposition of how the fuzzy mammal was treated versus like this little desert lizard. And in general, in terms of ecology, geology, people are pretty good about leaving no trace and being respectful, you know, on the surface level of the land, even if we're not asking like, whose land is this and what happened here and can we be here? But on that surface level, we pick up trash if we see it and respect the land in other ways. There are things, and I found this after 2 of my trips, there are things called accessible field trips. And this is a group of us. I'm tucked away in the back on the right side, and there's 2 people in the front who use wheelchairs. I think they and I were maybe the only one. We were there. Not every one of those photos disabled. A lot of people are allies, but it was a really, really great trip, and I was so happy to find them. And this is, in case you can't see the stamp on it, it's the International Association for Geoscience Diversity. So accessible field trips, what was helpful for this is that before the trip, they gave us a thorough field guide with images of like where we were gonna go, what we were gonna learn, images and text of all these things. And it was a PDF. There were multiple learning modalities. So people would speak, people would hand out things to like, you know, touch with their hands. It was okay to ask questions. It was okay to ask for things to be repeated. Nobody was gonna look at you like, what is wrong with you? Why can't you like keep up? It's okay to ask for help, both in terms of like processing information, but if you needed help physically. We slept in hotels, or a hotel, which was like so helpful. And we had always had access to bathrooms, and the trip was not 2 weeks, it was a weekend. And that made a big difference because it was way less exhausting. And also for people who maybe couldn't afford the trip, there were scholarships available. This is a picture of me. We were in the petrified forest in Arizona, which is a national park, and the person who's in the passenger seat uses a wheelchair, so he couldn't like go with his wheelchair because it was like a very rocky like mound with a bunch of petrified wood dispersed. So one of the practices in accessible field trips is that the people who can go into the outcrop where the rocks are, go bring some specimens and then bring them to the person who can't go and show them to them, discuss them, and then you put the stuff back. Especially in petrified forests, you're legally not allowed to take anything. These are just pictures of petrified wood on the right and the left, just to give you an idea of where we were and like how rocky things were. But what's really great about national parks is that they're at least starting to make things more accessible and in a variety of ways. So here's an example of this like windy paved path that people could access if they use a wheelchair, if they use a cane. It's very flat and it's very even, so they could then like go and explore the park in these ways. And that's just one example of many examples of ways to make natural areas accessible to people. And we, on that same trip, it was super cool because we got to go inside the paleontology lab, which is something that was also accessible. Like you can go in there if you were using a wheelchair or a cane, or for someone like me who like maybe needs to touch things, or, you know, it was like this very cool behind the scenes kind of thing that we got access to that I think we wouldn't have gotten access to if we were your average geology field trip This was a quote from an article. I'll show you the title of the next slide, but it says, I may use a wheelchair, but I'm extremely active. I downhill mountain bike, I road bike, water ski, snow ski, and hike. Most parks disabled dedicated paths are only a few miles. I appreciate the offer, but I want more. I want to experience more than a mile of nature. That was a quote by Matthew Tilford, who was featured in the article. And the title of the slide says Adaptive Adventures, which is not something I made up. It was by someone named Narissa Cannon, who was also featured in this article called Outdoors for All, How National Parks Are Addressing Accessibility Challenges, Making Sure That Everyone Truly Has Access to All 419 NPS sites is an ongoing battle. NPS is National Park Service. And that was on roadtrippers.com. So I think I'm actually at the end of my presentation. The whole point of this quote was to show that, like, there's maybe an assumption like, oh, this person is disabled, like they can't do the thing. And this person is doing lots of things: mountain biking, road biking, water skiing, snow skiing, hiking in a wheelchair. So if you are interested in learning, like, this article is actually very interesting because it talks about a variety, like it's a variety, like a lot of variety of ways that if I went into all of them, we would still be here for like another 20 minutes at least, of the different ways that you can make natural areas accessible to people who have all sorts of varieties of disabilities. So if you're interested in learning more about it, I would suggest reading that. It's a really good starting point. Other resources: the International Association for Geoscience Diversity. Like any other organization, they're not perfect, but they do amazing work, and they probably could do even more amazing work. They grow and they learn just like anyone else. And I mentioned Free Radicals earlier, who I love. They also do really amazing science justice work. This article, An Investigation of Accessible and Inclusive Instructional Field Practices in U.S. Geoscience Departments, goes like through probably like 5 or 10 different suggestions of how to make field practice, field camp, field work, whatever you want to call it, more accessible. So from like physically adaptive designs to like the way that you teach so that it's respecting different kinds of learning styles, things like that, accommodations. It's very, very thorough. And then there are also things where like you don't actually have to go into the field. So that's called virtual field camps, where now with like the technology that we have, you can do a virtual field camp and see things, on a computer screen. I recommend not only relying on that, because we should have access to nature, right? No matter what. And also personally for me, I learn better like in the field. That's where everything kind of coalesces for me in my learning. And that's it. Here's a picture of me shoveling chicken poop at Woodstock Farm Animal Sanctuary many years ago. If you have any questions post-conference, feel free to email me. And any questions now?
Really excellent talk. Thank you so much, Jessica.
You're
I'm seeing all the
welcome.
comments coming in. They're all superlatives. Really, really good talk. And I loved the fact that you kind of like took us on your trip with you. We got to experience like all these indignities and like, painful inaccessibility and along the way. So I kind of feel like I went through that with you now.
I wish you were there, Laura. I would have felt a million times better.
Seriously. So we do have some interesting comments coming in and questions. The first one from Marv. Would disability be disability if ableist, sizist, colonialist, racist, speciesist, capitalist social constructs were absent and radical equity actually existed? Would disabilities merely be differences?
Yeah. Perfectly said. I love it. Yes. I mean, that's the issue, right? Like, we are different. We have different bodies, but our world is made for people who are, you know, able-bodied or neurotypical, or, you know, the list goes on. So that is why we struggle, not because there's something wrong with us inherently, right? So
yeah, I think that's like one of the most important questions that's finally being asked, and ecoability is really taking a very prominent role of, well, what do we mean by these terms, disabled or even human or animal? Like,
yeah,
what's, you know, all these things are like really questions that most people never consider. And I would also add, of course, you know, this issue of not only, you know, this question of normal, right? That everything that's outside of what is the most common is positioned as abnormal or defective or disabled, right? But also like that there are enhanced abilities with things outside of the typical, right? There are abilities that they have that the typical people don't have, whether they're neurotypical or physiotypical. So that's something that also is like not appreciated enough, and that really needs to come into the conversation. So we have a question from Tori Lyon. Are the accessible field trips open to participation from lay people and non-scientists? It's such a wonderful idea.
that's a good question. I want to say, I want to say yes, probably because I just want to say yes, but I'm not 100% sure. I know that there were people there who were not in need of accommodation, like they didn't have any disabilities, but I think they were tied to geosciences somehow. But I think one of the pieces of the organization, I told you I have a bad memory, I already forgot their name because I constantly have to look it up, the IAGD, I think. I think they're trying to like educate educators so that they can do the same things. And so they have literature to like help them do that if you go on their website. But they're also extremely responsive and very friendly. Like they're just very down to earth. So if you ever wanted to email them, or if you want me to email them, like to ask, feel free.
Yes. Okay, we have a comment from Marv. Yeah, non-human animals also have abilities that humans will never have. Such an important point. Actually, I was just,
Marv's
yeah,
on fire today.
yeah, he is. I was actually just having this conversation with a friend recently where they were saying, oh, you know, dogs have the intelligence of a 2 or 3-year-old child. And I was like, okay, but I think we also need to ask the question of what age dog do we have the intelligence of?
I love that.
Because nobody ever thinks about that one. They have their own intelligence that we don't have. So I don't know what age puppy we humans have the intelligence of, but even the whole notion of intelligence, such a loaded concept. Yeah.
Definitely, 100%. Yes, my Chihuahua can do lots of things that I cannot do.
Exactly. Exactly. Actually, I was just noticing yesterday that I'm staying with a friend who has a cat, and my friend is a smoker, and the cat is like, I don't want to be around that. She, you know, every time the friend is smoking,
So
the cat
funny.
runs away. And she actually even pushed her ashtray off the table and broke it. And my friend said, oh yeah, you know, she's doing that because she's opposed to my smoking. And I said, you know, it's really interesting that your cat knows it's unhealthy, but you know, you don't, or humans wouldn't know this unless it was like explained to them, but they wouldn't just like know that it's not healthy to smoke, you know, or all kinds of things that other animals will avoid that we don't realize is so do you think that the group that you traveled with would be open to this sort of criticism and really kind of take that on and make those changes? Or do you think that there would be resistance where that was concerned?
They were really great, surprisingly, because I don't know, I think, I don't know what that says about me, but my expectation was to like be met with resistance. But the second year, which was still challenging, but I had many more accommodations and I was able to say like, no, I'm not doing that. But I also kind of missed out. But like there was this one day that they went actually to, they did a hike to like a mini petrified forest. This was before my petrified forest trip in Arizona. And they like brought me back samples without even asking. Like they were just naturally sensitive. Like once they realized like, oh, she's struggling. And then my professor who knows my diagnoses, once he knew, he was extremely accommodating. So he's actually going to be retiring. So I don't know how the other, like the newer professor is going to be, but so far it's been a positive experience with them. And I've sent him material from the IAGD. Yeah, the IAGD. I've sent like material on like this. I went on this field trip and it was great and it was accessible. Like, and he was like, oh yeah, send me that material. So that's always encouraging.
Yeah.
Really quickly, I have some meetings and I'm technically working. So I apologize if I'm not here for the other presentations. I'll be back later probably, but I will look at them on YouTube. And if anyone has any questions or comments or anything, just email me. Thank you so much. This is really, really great. And I've been enjoying all the talks
so
so
much.
far.
Thank you. Okay, that was fantastic, Jessica. And it was wonderful. Thank you. Okay, so we are going to be moving on to our next illustrious speaker. I'm very excited to have this presentation included today because this is an issue that I think really needs to be spoken about a lot more in terms of disability, in terms of ecology, and of course in terms of animals, and it also involves a lot of other issues of social injustice. So we have Kelsey Atkinson, and they are going to be speaking on the subject of slaughterhouses and how that relates to disability and health issues and ecology and animals, obviously. So Kelsey, who goes by both they and she pronouns, has a master's in public administration from DePaul University and conducted original research on the plight of slaughterhouse workers. They are local to Chicago and spent nearly the past decade in community organizing circles centered on animal rights, racial justice, and immigrant and worker rights. She co-founded Chicago Animals Save and helped to organize slaughterhouse vigils, animal rescues, and numerous events to draw connections between the intersections of human and animal liberation struggles. More recently, they organized with Rising Tide Chicago in solidarity with indigenous groups demanding to stop Line 3, which is a tar sands pipeline. So Kelsey's talk is titled Working in a Slaughterhouse, an Ecoability Analysis from Worker Interviews and Reviews. And Kelsey, I am so glad to have you with us, and I'm going to pass the mic to you.
Thanks so much, Laura. I really appreciate you inviting me, and for everyone here, thanks Jessica for the great presentation. And thank you for the intro. I will share my screen and start my presentation. Go. All right, so as Laura mentioned, the title of my presentation is Working in a Slaughterhouse, an Ecoability Analysis from Worker Interviews and Reviews. I'm Kelsey Atkinson. I use they or she, got my master's in public administration at DePaul, and I've also done a lot of community organizing. I'm based in Chicago. Currently in Las Vegas, actually on a road trip, but yeah, so I've done a lot of work around slaughterhouses, organizing vigils, animal rescues, and also trying to build solidarity with slaughterhouses. So it's a topic that's not just intellectually interesting to me, but also one that's personal for me in the work I've done. So just a quick overview of the importance of this topic. I believe many of us here are in various animal rights oriented circles, and we've seen a lot of the stigma against slaughterhouse workers. and some of that comes from, we've seen, awful videos of workers maybe abusing, going out of their way to abuse animals. I mean, the whole slaughterhouse industry is animal abuse, and, in my opinion, but, going out of their way to do extra evil things for animals. I'm not going to go into graphic details this presentation. No need to bring up those triggers. I think we're all on the same page, more or less, with animal rights. So we see a lot of stigma against workers. And I think a lot of that is not very helpful, and we need to be moving towards a place of understanding, empathizing where workers are coming from, their backgrounds, the impacts the work has on them, and work towards more solidarity. I think there's something to be said, morally, from a place of, building solidarity with different justice circles. Morally, that makes a lot of sense. I think strategically it makes sense also to build bridges with workers' rights oriented groups, because a lot of workers' rights groups have been around for decades and decades, even centuries, longer than animal rights groups, for example. So I think there is a lot to be learned from, and a lot of good that can be built upon workers' rights groups, work that's already in motion. And doing this will, improve the rights and conditions of workers, which is good, but also, I think it does play into a larger role of helping the animals too. When we're taking care of workers and improving their rights, their conditions, this will cut into the profit margins of these slaughter industries. It'll help shine a light on more of the injustices happening. And I think ultimately it'll help kind of chip away at the, power and dominance of this industry. So first, I'll give an overview of slaughterhouse workers. So for people may know or not know about slaughterhouse workers, but I'll give a bit of an overview. So slaughterhouse workers are oftentimes, at least in this country, this landmass, immigrants, many from Mexico or Central South America. More recently, we're seeing refugees coming in to both the US and Canada, and part of the conditions of their citizenship or stay in the US is that they have to work in slaughterhouses. So, and we're seeing folks more from Syria and other areas in the Middle East and disenfranchised areas who are essentially being forced to work in these slaughterhouses. There's also a lot of ex-convicts, increasingly. And this is a great intersection with, if you're doing prison abolition or prison reform work, more prisoners are, going through these training programs so that they can get jobs when they leave prison at slaughterhouses. So as you know, if you have a felony status, it's a lot harder to get a job after your release. So prisons, so slaughterhouses have been saying, hey, we have this problem where we're having a hard time finding workers. And prisons are like, great, well, let's create a program where we can send people to work at slaughterhouses afterwards. And, and this is, one way, that's great. People are grateful to have a job. On the other hand, it's awful that people are essentially being forced into a very dangerous line of work. A lot of slaughterhouse workers come from low income backgrounds, and arguably the work itself helps keep them low income, Some of what slaughterhouse workers are subject to. So there's physical harm. Inherently, it's a dangerous job. There's heavy machinery, there's sharp objects, knives. Workers are expected to work at a very fast pace, faster than many people can keep up with, which leads to more injuries, fatigue, carpal tunnel. Issues from just standing around all day. Some of you may have seen articles come out about how workers are not even getting proper bathroom breaks. So some are wearing diapers on the job, things like that. So that can also lead to other, bladder type issues. A lot of workers end up with some kind of illnesses. Some claim, or I've heard stories about how just everyone has some kind of cough there. The air quality is really poor, so there's a lot of respiratory illnesses. Some people have gotten rashes from being exposed to the blood and just the other, yuck and grime of the slaughterhouse industry. Mental health issues, so a big, theme of this conference. Some of the major mental health issues are depression. A couple of the people I interviewed both talked about how they struggled with that and knew people who left the job because they became too depressed. Post-traumatic stress disorder is also another very common mental health issue seen. You know, you can imagine people just, when they're killing animals day after day, it's traumatizing for them. Jumping to a point below, when people are, you know, committing violence against animals all day long, that mindset, you know, stays with them even after they clock out, and they're more likely to commit violent crimes. So there's lots of fights between workers. There's fights when they come home against their spouses, animal abuse as well. They're going to be more violent towards their pets. It's kind of similar with like police officers, for example. You know, when you have an oppressive, violent job, that stays with you. So you see more of that. Lots of instances of worker abuse, both verbally, because the, you know, management, upper management, you know, treat their workers very poorly and harass them. And some people, when they get injured, just end up getting fired. You know, there's not really a just process for them to get workers' comp or, you know, any kind of workplace justice. The laws are, worker labor laws are really not enforced in these places. There's also physical abuse. There's many instances where you hear about workers even being, you know, physically berated on the job, which, you know, it may be shocking for some to hear, but there's tons of anecdotes about it. And it's because of these workers, you know, status of being marginalized as society, not having a lot of bargaining power, that a lot of these issues just kind of fly under the radar. Unfortunately, there's also a lot of deportation raids in these areas. So even though these companies are intentionally targeting, you know, minority and undocumented populations to work for them, and, you know, generally the politicians of town know about it, they, you know, they want these workers to come in so they can have low-income workers and make bigger profits. With the other hand, they are quick to call ICE when the town complains too much, because suddenly they have this high undocumented population, and the, you know, this white rural community is suddenly, you know, has this, you know, a large undocumented population, and oh, our kids are going to school with kids who can't speak English, and we're upset. And ICE comes in, and suddenly there's these big deportation rates, and people end up, you know, after giving blood, sweat, and tears to, you know, process and these animals and feed this community, you know, they're then deported back, and families are torn apart, and it's an awful situation. So there's a lot of different avenues you could look down with the slaughterhouse industry. All roads lead to injustice. So that's kind of the setup. For my research, just to kind of go over some of the new points I've learned, some of what I shared has been already, you know, researched and discussed. I want to look at a couple slaughterhouses based in Chicago, and Cook Foods has franchises other places. Aurora is a smaller slaughterhouse, so I was kind of curious. So if a slaughterhouse is smaller, are the workers going to be treated better? So I looked at Aurora, which is a cow, you know, killing and processing facility. And I looked at Cook Foods, no relation to the Koch brothers, although still just as evil. They have facilities in Alabama, Georgia, Illinois, Mississippi, etc. They're much bigger. They're also one of the giants of the animal ag industries, but they haven't gotten as much attention for their abuses as like Tyson or Smithfield. So I wanted to look at them as well and see if, you know, the themes we were seeing were also impacting them. Just on the right, a little map of where some of these slaughterhouses are located, and the percentages just reflect the online reviews that I read through. So I went to Indeed.com, Glassdoor.com, and read through, you know, almost 200 reviews from slaughterhouse workers, and I wanted to know how they felt about the job, looking at the pros, cons, any advice to management, or general views, recommendations. And I essentially looked at the key concepts. I pulled out the key concepts of what the workers were saying. It's like in any justice issue, we want to uplift the voices of the workers. I did a couple interviews as well to gain more insight about the workers. I was conducting this research during COVID, so I didn't get access to as many people as I would have liked to, but I used this content analysis, which also provided some interesting information. And I looked at a demographic assessment of these towns to learn more about them as well. So a brief overview of some of the findings. So poverty rate the poverty rate in the US is about 10%. And in these towns with slaughterhouses, in the sample I looked at, it was about 20%. So slaughterhouses do strategically place themselves in areas with high poverty rates, in areas where the median household income is significantly less than the US average. So this is an intentional move that's been documented before, and my research has helped add more evidence to this. There wasn't a big trend in ethnic composition in these towns. Cook Foods was the largest employer, about half the towns sampled. And this is interesting to note because when you talk to a lot of slaughterhouse workers, they'll tell you, or you read stories about them, you hear about how they don't have a lot of other employment options. And when you see that, you know, Cook Foods is one of the largest employers in town, that adds more evidence to this claim. When I looked at the general recommendations of do people recommend working in slaughterhouses, about 53% said they would recommend working there. But that is lower than similar lines of work, like in warehouse jobs or other line worker positions, whether it be Amazon or, you know, pharmaceutical factory job. People preferred working in non-slaughterhouse type line jobs than slaughterhouse jobs. And also in the 5-star rating system, you know, slaughterhouse workers generally rated their jobs a little bit lower than they would other workers of similar occupations. So it's generally not a very pleasant place to work. Some of the interesting things of my research was I've only heard pretty much negative things about working at a slaughterhouse. So I was interested to hear that there are actually positive attributes of working at a slaughterhouse according to the workers themselves. And, you know, bear in mind that, you know, these are folks without a ton of options. But yeah, some of them did actually appreciate the pay and thought the pay was good, at least compared to other jobs they could have gotten. So I think slaughterhouses have done a little bit better job of providing at least 14 an hour pay, some of them maybe 20 per hour. And sometimes they do receive benefits. So that is a plus of the job. Some do appreciate the family-like friendly work environment. As I was reading more about how there's, you know, you have a large, maybe undocumented or Mexican population working at a certain place, it does create a sense of cultural familiarity. Some slaughterhouses do try to cater to a certain culture or another, and in those places, people do appreciate this kind of family-like feel to the job, you know, despite the kind of, you know, gruesome setting of the job. Some workers do appreciate that they get a lot of overtime. Some workers are forced to work overtime, which they do not appreciate. Others appreciate the fact that, you know, their main goal is to make money, so they don't mind working 50, sometimes 70 hours a week. One person who I interviewed said she only got 2 days off per month. So you can imagine it's very, difficult working in a slaughterhouse, going in, you know, you might go in for your 8-hour shift, you end up working 14 hours that day. Some people did have a general positive experience. Some appreciated that there are generally 3 shifts, morning, afternoon, and a late night shift. So some appreciate that they could work the nighttime shift and then take care of their kids in the morning. Some of the cons of working at slaughterhouse, the biggest one was the unprofessional management, the fact that it's a difficult, the fact that, you know, managers are, it seemed like, are generally not trained to care for their workers. There's a lot of, you know, verbal abuse people experience. One of the quotes I pulled from one of the review sites said, if you're looking for a professional type of job where you're treated with respect, this isn't it. Yeah, it's a very difficult social environment. Sometimes a lot of gossip. A lot of people felt the wages were low. So some people, you know, felt the wages were good. Others felt it was low. Discriminatory practices. So I was reading stories about how, you know, there's cases where upper management are, you know, discriminating against people in, you know, lower level jobs for various reasons. I was also reading more, but kind of interesting finding to note was I was seeing the word favoritism a lot. And the more I read reviews, I realized that because there's such a large, you know, essentially Latinx culture in some of these slaughterhouses now, some of the white workers feel they're being discriminated against because they can't speak Spanish. And now there's more Latinx people in some management positions. They feel that, okay, I'm not getting the promotions, I'm not getting to use the best equipment. So now there's this interesting kind of turn where some white folks even feel they're being discriminated against. So take that as you will. That was just a finding from the research. Yeah, and many people felt they had a general horrible experience. Some of the kind of neutral concepts I found reading through these Slaughterhouse reviews, long hours, poor work-to-life balance. So some people appreciated the long hours because they got to make more money. Others really did not. I felt this was a terrible work-to-life balance because they were just essentially working all the time, and you know, they weren't respected enough by their managers to even know how many hours they would be working that day. Okay, and I'll kind of get towards the conclusion soon. Yeah, some felt the pay was decent. Some felt the work was easy, but also not very stimulating. It's generally easy to get a job at a slaughterhouse, but then that also means you don't get the most upstanding people working there. So you end up having this kind of poor working environment. There is a union presence, which I was surprised to learn about, but the union tends to side with the slaughterhouse. They tend to not really be on the side of workers. So even if you bring up complaints, it's not necessarily going to go in your favor. So going through some of the conclusions. So some of these conclusions were more for grad school, but the next slide will be more about kind of animal rights community. But, you know, you look at these issues and you could look at, okay, so now we see all these issues. We're hearing from the workers themselves, what the issues are. We could look to the HR, the Human Resources Department, and try to improve conditions. We could improve training and internal communication, accountability. We could, you know, get better uniforms so workers aren't so cold and wet all day long, which was another common complaint. We can improve wages, you know, offer mental health services. I think that would be a huge necessary step, you know, working at these jobs since mental health issues are so prominently found, and it would be great for workers to know more about their rights. But it's not enough. It's not one of those issues where you can just, you know, go to HR and try to make improvements. I also kind of looked at the scale of regulation-wise. You know, if OSHA were to actually enforce existing federal and state labor laws, that would also help a ton with just making sure workers are not being treated so poorly. Increasing minimum wage would help out a lot of people so they're not struggling. And they're being fairly compensated, because a lot of people end up with debilitating injuries that last for years and years and years, even after they've quit their job. So it makes no sense that they're getting paid so poorly, given all the strain that this takes out of them. I think this research also really shines a light on the importance of protecting undocumented workers and how we really need to create more paths of citizenship for food workers, because, you know, if all this abuse is happening under the radar and it's, you know, there's no end in sight of, you know, bringing in undocumented workers and the cycle of abuse with workers' rights, then, you know, I think it creates a strong case for why we need to create citizenship as at least one method to help improve the situation. None of these things I'm saying is going to solve everything, but, you know, kind of helps improve conditions. And I mean, ultimately, we do need to reduce, phase out animal ag subsidies and help this, you know, get rid of this industry altogether. I am definitely for abolishing slaughterhouses. You know, it's this duality of I want to be in solidarity with the workers and help improve their lives along the way, even if I do have the end goal in mind of wanting to get rid of these places altogether. You read about studies from around the world where slaughterhouse workers are experiencing the same physical and mental ailments that we're seeing right here in the US. This is a worldwide thing that's inherent to the industry. So what does this mean for those of us in the animal rights community? I think it would be a big, you know, great to our benefit and to the workers' benefits if we start reaching out more and building solidarity with workers' rights groups, you know, attend events, meetings, you know, protests that happen at these slaughterhouses, try to learn from workers' rights groups and the workers' rights movement. They've done a lot of great work to, you know, unionize and improve conditions along the way. The more we improve the conditions and rights of workers, the better off, you know, the animals are, the closer we get to, you know, getting rid of this industry altogether, from my opinion. I think we need to speak out more against the stigma against slaughterhouse workers, you know, and one way we do that is uplifting the voices of slaughterhouse workers, sharing their stories. There's lots of articles out there where workers are taking risks by sharing their personal stories. And I think the more we create this understanding, the more we can break that stigma and try to build bridges. You can be an ally in your community by helping slaughterhouse workers find alternative jobs. You can be an advocate or support alternative job creation in industries that do not involve, harming animals. And then a special note I wanted to add about, I'm someone who's helped organize vigils. I know many people in the animal rights community have attended vigils. And it's important to be respectful to workers while you're there. And I also, taking all this research into account, and one thing I noticed in myself was it's really important to practice self-care and community care if you're attending these vigils, because it's very traumatizing. I had to take a big break from animal rights type organizing for a while because I was attending these vigils for years, organizing, etc. And it really takes a toll on you mentally. You can, develop depression and, kind of PTSD in your own right when you're exposed to this much violence and hardship. It's a big burden to carry. So if you're someone who's attended vigils or that's interesting to you, please practice self-care, take breaks, check in with your community, because some of these issues that afflict workers, not to the same degree because we're not actually killing the animals day after day, but it can affect us too to some degree. So as bearing witness to it. So, keep in mind your limits, you don't want to burn out. And yeah, really take care of one another. So those are my main topics I wanted to cover today. I'm happy to answer any more questions. If you want to reach out with any resources, I have a whole list of resources.
Oh, I think you cut out. Kelsey, are you there? Okay, I think Kelsey cut out. Hopefully she'll be able to rejoin us any second now for the Q&A. But that was a really outstanding talk. Oh, are you there?
Yes, sorry, it just paused for a moment, but okay. All right, I'm back. Sorry.
Yeah, very, very powerful talk, very outstanding, really incredibly important issue. And I see that we do have some comments coming in. So yes, from Marv, extremely well done, thorough analysis, yes. Were women workers prone to domestic violence towards men and children as the opposite? Were they as prone to that as male workers were?
That's a great question. I didn't, I don't know is the answer. I didn't see any research that specifically looked at that question. I do know that women are generally a lot more heavily discriminated against in the workplace. That's another whole sphere of oppression I didn't delve into enough, but it's a very male-dominated industry, so there are a lot fewer male or female women workers, but there definitely are some, and I think there's more and more being hired all the time, but yeah, I do not know the answer to that question.
Yeah, I've certainly heard a lot about gender discrimination in those horrible places, and certainly in terms of like sexual harassment and sexual violence, and they have no legal rights for the most part because they are undocumented, most of the workers there, or if they're ex-convicts. I mean, these are people that have no legal rights, so they can't report what's going on. And of course, the slaughterhouses take advantage of that fully. That's obviously why they prefer to hire undocumented workers and ex-convicts, specifically for that reason, because they know that people are disempowered legally. So yeah. Oh, right, I see a comment. Male violence is overwhelmingly more common in society as a whole compared to female violence against men. Yeah, I'm going to ask a question as well. I'm wondering if you could elaborate a bit on why the unions take sides with the slaughterhouses rather than the workers that they are ostensibly supposed to be representing the interests of.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yeah, sorry, my connection was unstable. So if there was a question, please repeat it. But thank you for elaborating on that. And
Oh,
kick me
yes,
off.
my question was
Okay.
if you could elaborate a little bit on why the unions are siding with these slaughterhouses and not with the workers that they are supposed to be representing the interests of.
That's a great question. I think a lot of it has to do with just the fact that the upper management, you know, Slaughterhouse have been trying to squash a lot of union efforts. So what they kind of ended up with over the years was just this, like, you know, watered down version of what a union could be. And like the only unions that they would allow to exist are ones that would side with them. There have been more efforts in the past where there, you know, workers go on strike or have been creating they were trying to push for better conditions, better rights, and it just results in mass firing. So it's, you know, it goes back to how a lot of these labor laws are not properly enforced in this industry. So while there have been past efforts of unions to, you know, take a stand and be on the side of workers, those workers just end up being fired. So yeah, there's been a lot of interesting research on that too, because I thought unions meant like, oh, things will get better, but not necessarily.
Looks like we don't have any more questions. Are there any more questions coming in for Kelsey? I would have one more question, which is, so I'm interested to know if the subject of animal rights activism or veganism has come up with the slaughterhouse workers that you have spoken with and how they feel about that. Because obviously, on the one hand, they're horribly victimized by this monstrous industry that we want to end. But of course, on the other hand, you know, that's their economic livelihood. So I'm wondering if they expressed any thoughts about that.
Yeah, I have met, actually one person who I interviewed ended up going vegetarian. It wasn't even necessarily for, I don't know, animal rights reasons. He said it was more for like spiritual reasons. But I thought that was interesting. And because some of them, it's hard for them to wrap their heads around that, like, I mean, some of them know, like they see the fear in the animal's eyes and they know that this is harmful, but it's as you can imagine, it's hard for them to really grasp animal rights when they're doing the opposite of animal rights day after day. We did meet some slaughterhouse workers in Chicago, including an inspector, I think one of the food regulatory inspectors, who did talk about how they were trying to go vegan or vegetarian. So I didn't get all the reasons why, but I believe some of the workers there, whether for health or maybe also the animal rights influence, are thinking more about vegan, vegetarian diets. I have seen in research that some slaughterhouse worker, you know, some former slaughterhouse workers do end up adapting a vegan or vegetarian diet. So that definitely does happen at times. But then I also see a lot of, you know, in this very kind of male-dominated machismo culture where people are very against that. This is, we eat meat, we're manly, we're da-da-da. So there's definitely probably, you know, dominant culture against, you know, the vegan vegetarian lifestyle for those reasons, and also just they feel, you know, oftentimes attacked by, and when I've showed up with other animal rights people, even when we try to be as nice as possible, there's just this sense of being attacked, so wanting to kind of throw that back at us. And
Right.
so yeah, so it does happen where some people go into it and become vegan vegetarian or more open-minded to it. I have read stories of, you know, said some of these places, they provide free lunches on Fridays for workers, and they'll give them, like, you know, the wings of chickens that that they slaughtered, and people are just like, I can't stand to eat this food anymore. I can't stand the smell anymore. As if you've been to these slaughterhouses or you've been to these like animal farms, the scent is very pungent, and it does kind of change, it just changes your appetite around it completely. Like, even though I was already vegan, spending a lot of time in slaughterhouses and doing animal rescues and farms, it really changed the way I could smell and perceive, like walking by animal you know, serving restaurants, I don't just smell food anymore, I smell blood. And it has changed some people's eating habits for those reasons.
Yeah, that's really very powerful because, yeah, it's like they would have a completely different understanding of that even than a lot of animal rights activists, because it's so visceral for them and it's so real. And, you know, like you said, I mean, they're seeing the fear in the animals' eyes, they're hearing them scream, you know, this is like not something that they can compartmentalize. This is so visceral. So yeah, that's really powerful. I mean, I would wonder, like, you know, they said, oh, it's for spiritual reasons. Like, I'm sure that might be another way of saying, oh, you know, for, in a way, animal rights, because it's obviously connected to the trauma of inflicting violence on another sentient conscious being. Yeah. So it's very, very powerful. I think we had another question. I don't know if it's coming through. Yes, it is. Okay, here it is. So this is the last question, and it's from Victoria. Namely, do you have comments on the, how shall I put it, hipstery white gentrification of / romanticization, fetishization of meat, particularly free range, natural, organic, etc., and how insulting, in my view, this is to the people who are burdened with doing this dangerous, degrading, and traumatizing work, so often without meaningful consent because they are ex-convicts, undocumented, or don't have many other options.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of kind of romanticizing and glorifying of, oh, we just need to return to the small farms, to the, you know, we'll just kill animals so kindly, so nicely. People are those people are out of touch with reality, I would say, for the most part, because, you know, maybe there are some instances in some smaller farm or is closer farm to table where the practices are, you know, not as bad as some of these bigger factories. It's still traumatizing work inherently. So it's still, you know, and usually involves people who are of some marginalized status, harming animals, you know, getting harmed themselves. And yeah, I think, and especially because a lot of these organic, which means so little, free range, natural, which means next to nothing, you know, these are still, you know, there's no rules around the rules around advertising are very lax for these companies. So people think they're buying from this local mom and pop farmer where they treat the animals with kindness and the workers are treated with kindness, but that's not even true at all. They just slap a label on, but a lot, you know, 99% of these animals are coming from these factory farms. So yeah, so those folks are very out of touch with reality and need to do a little bit more research and soul searching around that. So
yeah. Thank you so much, Kelsey. This has been such a fabulous talk, and like I said, so important to be included in conversations about disability, which shockingly it almost never is. And of course, ecology, animals, immigration, racial injustice, capitalism, the class system. I mean, it just goes on and on. Obviously, I mean, there's just so many different issues there. Imperialism, even, what drives people out of their countries in the first place? Why do they have to come here and be subjugated in this way? You know, the prison system. I mean, there's just like so much in this one issue. Obviously, environmental racism, all the surrounding communities, domestic violence, gender oppression, man, it just goes on and on and on and on. So thank you so much for bringing this subject to this conference, and appreciate it greatly.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, so we are going to be moving to our next speaker, which is Ava HaberkornHalm. And Ava is going to be speaking on an eco-ability response to ableism in the food justice movement. So Ava is a disability and food justice activist, disabled woman, independent scholar, and founder of the Inclusive Food Justice Education Network. Her current work is informed by her own experiences of ableism and those of the greater disability community. It focuses on developing inclusive community gardens, advocating for inclusion in community growing spaces, and addressing ableism in the food justice movement. She has consulted with a variety of food justice organizations in Southeast Michigan and regularly speaks on disability and food justice at conferences and local events. And I also want to mention that Ava is also a contributor to a book that came out of the Ecoability movement, and that actually one of the founders of the Institute for Critical Animal Studies, Anthony Nocilla, was one of the editors of, along with Amber George and John Lupinacci. And that book was Animals, Disability, and the End of Capitalism: Voices from the Ecoability Movement, which is really, really worth reading. Very radical and revolutionary ideas. So welcome, Ava. And I am going to pass the mic to you.
Thank you very much. Can you all hear me well?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. So it's very nice to be here today. Thank you for having me. I didn't really prepare any PowerPoints or anything. I just wanted to kind of talk. So I've been doing a little bit of background around my work. I've been doing gardening in community garden spaces and advocacy in ableism and the food justice movement since roughly 2013. And so I've seen how transformative universally designed community gardening spaces can be, and on disabled individuals, myself included, and how important it is to have autonomy over one's own food. And I've seen how it's so deeply connected to personhood. And I've also seen how I have gotten so much pushback from, you know, and I'm not gonna say like I haven't worked with every food justice organization out there, of course, because like how could I? But I've worked with you know, my fair share. And I've gotten a lot of pushback from almost everyone except one of them, which is the Detroit Black Community Food Security Network. They've been like the founder, Malik, has been like a very good ally when they were doing when they were making plans for the Detroit People's Food Co-op. They had a bunch of disability activists in a round table to, you know, make it accessible. And I've, you know, so with the exception of that organization, and with just regular food justice organizations, I've gotten such pushback. The Michigan Disability Rights Coalition actually, like in 2000, I don't know, 13, 14, gave a grant to a lot of food justice organizations and community gardens to make it accessible. And some community gardens gave back that grant because they were like, this is, well, not just accessible, inclusive. And I have to say that accessibility and inclusion are are two different things. Accessibility is just like the built natural environment. Inclusion is like social and emotional, like having disabled people on the board, cross disability, having disabled people, like disabled leadership. That's like inclusion, having disability trainings. That's inclusion. So there are accessible community gardens out there. I would not term them as inclusive. Again, I mean, there's no way for me to know every single community garden, but the ones that I've come into contact with and that I've worked for, besides two, have been it's kind of like special education. I term them special education gardens. Like, I don't know if you all have had this experience where you read an article and it's like, here's this group of disabled kids and they grew a carrot and they grew a, you know, this, and let's have all the able-bodied like teachers teach the disabled kids how to like garden in their own special garden away from people. And it's very rarely about peers, and they're not gardening as peers in a food justice movement. It's not about solidarity or like creating personhood or access. It's about like, look what these disabled people can do. And a lot of the accessible gardens are also at nursing homes, institutions, and not a lot is about integration. And, you know, so I spent a long time thinking about like, why am I getting so much pushback when I'm like, you know, you should be accessible, you should be inclusive, blah, 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 blah. Even from gardens that have actively employed me. And part of it is capitalism, like they're afraid becoming accessible or inclusive will mess up their food production. And part of it is money, or they say it's money, like this is too expensive, this is whatever. Part of it, they say like, well, no disabled people ever come here. And part of it is like good old-fashioned ableism. So I did, you know, so I spent many years thinking about this a lot because it was so maddening, and it still is today. I feel like not much has changed. And also the field of food and disability justice, like the activists and food and disability studies scholars, it's becoming more well known, and there are more and more activists, but it's still like a very niche field. And unfortunately, I don't see a lot of research or articles about it, but unfortunately, I'm also not a student, so I don't have free access to all the journals, which is another oppressive form of capitalism. But that's neither here nor there. I just want to put it out there because it may seem like I'm making these sweeping generalizations, but it's also just my life. So anyway, so like, oh, sorry. I started thinking about it, and I started looking at it from a eugenic logic from eugenic logic. You know, eugenics is like creating, like getting rid of what's abnormal, and eugenic logic, like when it when it got more prevalent and still is today, it categorically separated human beings into normal and deviant, worthy and unworthy, humans and burdens. And this is similar to the underlying ableism in the food justice movement. Because also, if you think about it, the goal of the food justice movement a lot is health. And like, you know, not just growing food, but growing, if you grow food and if you eat better food, then you have better health. And health is something that a lot of people see as in conflict with disability. And, you know, like, because the thing is, I could eat a bunch of vegetables and I'm still gonna have cerebral palsy. You know, I can eat a ton of vegetables. I know there are disabilities that, you know, make people have different bodies. I could eat a ton of vegetables and still be fat, you know, and healthy, but have like a fatter body. And so food access in that way, that food, you know, a lot of food justice organizations also do nutritional classes, but nutrition isn't always, and the goal is if you have better nutrition, you're going to have better health. But as disabled people know, like, yeah, first of all, having better nutrition isn't as easy as just eating more vegetables. There's like nursing home. There's a lot of structural violence in terms of like that mess up food autonomy for disabled people. But also, like, I mean, it's like food isn't nutrition isn't a be all and end all. You can, unfortunately, people who were extremely healthy still got COVID-19. You know, unfortunately, people that eat vegetables all the time can still be in car accidents and get, you know, disabled. And so anyway, but I think people saw me as someone with a visible disability and someone who, in a fat body, maybe as like a, as something they didn't want in their garden, because it was a reminder of, they weren't just trying to eradicate oppression, they were trying to eradicate the health issues that go with depression, which are real, but you can't eradicate all of them because some of them is just normal human diversity. And so like, so I started thinking about eugenics, because also when disabled people were first institutionalized, guess who farmed the land? Disabled people farmed the land in institutions. You know, there's a saying like, food, flowers, and filth, meaning that disabled people still today often get put in these like jobs where it's food service, gardening, or janitorial duties. And like, they don't choose those jobs, they get put in them, usually people with cognitive impairments, because they just, I don't know, people think they can't do anything else. So I ask you, why is farming such an impressive part of disabled history? We could do it in institutions. We did it in institutions. We do it for jobs, you know, with food, flowers, and filth. But when it comes to community gardens and gardening as peers in the food justice movement and gaining food autonomy and growing our own food without able supervision, like as peers, it's like unheard of. And I personally have gotten a lot of backlash. And so so I think the basis of eugenics is the disabled body mind versus the environment. Like, you know, when we're in institutions, we're not necessarily in the natural environment. When like food markets and community gardens and everything in society has historically has kept like has been built to keep like disabled people out of the public eye. That also goes with segregation in terms of the food justice movement. I don't know if I'm making sense. I know I'm going a little I'm not as organized because I'm just talking, but I want to read you an article about not an article, a quote. Sorry. Where'd it? Okay, so this is about how we started farming in institutions. So first of all, disabled people got put in institutions because they were designated as non-productive, not being able to compete in a productive-based economy. And so they were put in institutions for their own benefits. But it says, the designation as non-productive developed although many institutional residents participated in laboring economies. They developed within institutional societies. Residents farmed the institution's land, provided housekeeping services to fellow inmates and administrators, supervised each other on behalf of the institution, produced products for the state, brooms, clothing, baskets, etc., at excessively low wages. In many cases, nothing more was provided in exchange for their labors beyond the benefit of living an excluded life within the benefits of the institution. And that is from David Mitchell and Susan Snyder from their article, Disability as a Multitude, Reworking Non-Productive Labor Power. And so I guess the goal of my presentation was to just bring up questions, because I like to ask, why is this still happening? Why do disabled people have a history of farming and gardening, but it's incredibly oppressive? And it was segregated from the natural environment then, and it's segregated from the natural environment now in a lot of ways. Why is most community growing spaces not accessible? Why are most farmers markets not accessible? Why do most people who are disabled have higher rates of food insecurity? And you know, Ecoability, it serves to, like, one of the principles of Ecoability is it kind of abolishes the eugenic logic of the categories of normal and deviant, and kind of shows everything as interconnected. Like with Ecoability principles, like no one, no matter how your brain or body kind of shows up in the environment, no one is like disconnected, whether it be built or build barriers or social barriers. And there's nothing to fear within this diversity, but there is stuff to fear in the mainstream. And I feel like disabled bodies have been segregated for so long, they've been termed abnormal for so long, that when it comes to being autonomous and feeding ourselves, we are seen as less than. And so it's 3:20. So I'm going to stop. If there aren't a lot of questions, then I'll continue. But I'll put my email in the chat. I do have an organization, and part of what I do is I try to connect people with other food justice and disability justice scholars and activists. What's really cool is that, like, I look at it from a community gardening perspective. My colleague looks at it from like a cookbook perspective. My other colleague looks at it from like feeding practices in nursing homes. So we all address this issue of food justice and disability justice really differently. And it's unfortunately still an emerging field, but it's a really, really, really important one, because food is the basis of human life, and being able to grow your own food and feed yourself is akin to like who is a person and who isn't. Being able to be a part of a community garden is like who is part of a community and who isn't. And so I would I'll put my email in the chat, but if y'all are interested in this field of scholarship and in activism, please contact me. I also do webinar series where other food justice activists and disability activists speak as well. But I will end there.
Thank you so much, Ava. That was really interesting, really disturbing. A lot of it I didn't know, and it's quite shocking. So let's see. It does not look like there are any questions yet, although some might come in. But I'm going to ask a question. I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about this statement that is just like, wow. Health is in conflict with disability. This is how people see it, as in, I almost got from what you were saying that their attitude is, oh, you know, what's the point of providing healthy foods or healthy things to disabled people, because they're never going to be, quote unquote, perfect anyway. So it's like a waste on them.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it's not like something that people say like outwardly, like health is in conflict with disability. But if you hang out around certain food justice organizations, you know, a lot is about health and diet as a means to cure health conditions or disability. And a lot of it is thinking like not just food access for food access sake, like not just having the autonomy to be able to have choices. Like I think of food justice as having choices. Like I can choose to grow my own food or choose to have vegetables or choose to whatever, or I can choose to have a burrito and I can choose to have Burger King. But if things aren't accessible and inclusive, I don't have that choice. in a lot of food justice organizations I've come into contact with, like kind of the rhetoric is like, if you choose like Burger King or burritos, you're bad, or if you're fat or unhealthy, it must be because of bad food choices. However, there's like chronic illness in, there's chronic illness. There's people who are fat because of medication or thyroid issues. There's diabetes that has nothing to do with the diet. Like, I could eat as much kale as I want. I'm gonna still limp my way around the world and wear leg brace. And I'm still gonna be neurodivergent. And that's not the case. And unfortunately, that is in conflict with what a lot of food justice organizations are trying to achieve when they're trying to like get better health, or they're trying to promote better health through better nutrition, better food, etc. But like, you think like, what is health? Like in COVID, in the era of COVID, like you saw like there were a bunch of disabled people who were denied like care, and who were, because they weren't considered to have like, if it was between a disabled person and an able-bodied person, they weren't considered to have like, to be saved, because they weren't considered to have like the best life, and so that's like the logic that we're dealing with here. Like community gardens and food justice and everything like that, we take all the medical, if you take all the medical ableism and segregation and oppression and racism that's already in society, you just translate it and bring it over to a movement where the goal is health as much as it's food access, then there's going to be a huge conflict happening. And if they don't make it accessible, then you can't even literally physically, like I can't physically access a lot of the community growing spaces in my area. And these community growing spaces are like, we grow community, we're for social justice, we're this and that. But I literally can't get into them. And if I can't get into them, I know some other disabled people can't get into them. So it's like, am I part of the community? And so yeah, I don't know if that answered your question. There's also some scholarship, about how a lot of food justice organizations pour moral judgment on fat people in terms of their nutrition education, like vegetables will make you lose weight, and how they look at being overweight as the main reason for all health problems, when that is not the case.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have a comment that just came in. Health and sizes trolls in the vegan movement are in the vegan movement as much as the general culture.
That is very true. People think, a lot of vegans or radical vegans that I've come into contact with are ableist. A lot of them are. And so like, if you should be eating meat. If you eat meat and happen to be disabled, you shouldn't eat meat. and they don't even I would say that a lot of people in the vegan movement are classist as well, because they don't even when you make sweeping judgments like that, you don't even take into consideration like who can access, like if you need to go to a food bank, and then like can you access all vegan food if you're in a nursing home or in a prison, or if you're in a group home, or if your food is prepared for you, like you don't necessarily have a choice whether or not to be vegan. Like there's a lot of ableist, classist, racist mindsets, and I would say eugenic logic as well in the vegan movement. And that's not surprising, because like I think the vegan movement can be tied closely to the environment, and whether it be climate change, food justice, veganism, I see the same logic played over and over and over.
Right. Yeah. And yeah, it's a huge problem in the vegan movement, and it's really giving our movement a bad name in a lot of ways. I mean, you know, when I bring up the subject of veganism, I will very often get a very negative response for exactly the reasons that you're saying. I've heard horror stories of vegans being literally told by other vegans, don't even come to our events and like make a public appearance, because basically you're an embarrassment to the movement if you're not thin enough. I mean, just absolutely disgusting and disgraceful things. And, you know, I think there's been some dialogue about this in the vegan movement more recently, which is a really, really good thing. And that's kind of pushed some vegans, I think, to be actually more conscious of the bigotry in these ways than, you know, just the general public, because there's such a big, huge issue in our movement. I actually call people who have these attitudes veganicists, because it is eugenics. It's exactly what you're saying. Yeah.
And it's not just like body health. Like I belong to a vegan group for health reasons. Like I have to eat dairy-free, grain-free, sugar-free, etc. I've had to do that diet, a diet change, and it has changed a lot about my body in a positive way. But I'm also not vegan because fish is good for my specific condition as well. But anyway, because I've had to do diet changes like that, I belong to some vegan groups, and there are groups that, or people that post in them that are like, if we stop eating meat, or if we stop doing whatever, then, you know, depression is an epidemic, anxiety is an epidemic, autism, like it's not, they're not only at like war with, like, I guess, the disabled or the fat body, it's also any neurodiversity, anything that is termed by mainstream culture as unhealthy. And like, you know, have you ever seen the meme like, this isn't an antidepressant, and you'll see like a pills with like a X through it, and like then it'll be like above it or beside it, it'll be like, this is an antidepressant, and it'll be like water and stuff. And that's just another way to further separate disabled people from nature. And if vegans think that way too, it's just another way to separate disabled people from nature. And that's what we're really fighting. That's what I fight. I don't want to just go to a community garden when I feel well and when I'm not in pain. I want to go to a garden and grow my own food when I'm in pain. I want to go to a community garden and grow my own food when I'm depressed and when I'm anxious, and no matter what my weight is, and if it's not accessible and inclusive to me, I can't do that. And as a person, you know, I have a right to show up as I am, how I am, and have that be respected, you know. And it's a lot of times, you know, how I am in society is constantly at war with what people think the natural environment should be. And it's also ruining the planet. Like it go like, you know, supermarkets throw out ugly produce. We're using Roundup and everything in industrialized agriculture to make beautiful produce. And while we do that, while everything is about beauty and appearance and produce is thrown out, food waste is killing the planet, industrialized agriculture is killing the soil. So this logic about what's healthy, what's beautiful, and its conflict to what able people consider the natural environment is also just wasting food, killing the planet. Like if something's, you know, at farmers markets, like sometimes they can't, not all the time, but sometimes I know they can sell like some fruit with imperfections because we're so used to seeing like perfect produce, but that doesn't always happen in nature. And so,
yeah.
So
that's a really, really important point. I really want to kind of highlight how that parallels what you were saying earlier about, you know, sacrificing health for this illusion of quote unquote health, which is really image and beauty based. So again, you know, as they do with humans, they even parallel this with what they do with the fruits and vegetables. You know, they would rather poison it and have it look the picture of healthy than have it actually be healthy. So, wow. And also, just one other thing, I'm really glad that you brought up this issue of the eugenics in the COVID prioritization, that, you know, they weren't going by who would be the most at risk of getting really sick or even dying from COVID, but rather whose life was valued more. How eugenicist is that? Yeah.
And also, if you remember the beginning of COVID, people, you know, a lot of people were like, it's okay. Only the sick and old are gonna die.
Right, exactly.
So it's okay, and it's like, what? Like my friends' lives are worthless. Like, you know, I don't have so like, and if people have, I keep clapping, but it's that logic that just perpetuates into like the food system, into climate, and it's ruining our planet. It's causing our prisons to overflow. Like nothing exists in a vacuum. Everything is interconnected.
Yeah.
And like I was in I was gonna say something else, but I forgot. But
that's
yeah,
okay. We're probably running out of time anyway, but
yeah.
But yeah, really, really important talk. Very important and really powerful. And thank you so much for coming and participating.
Thank you for having me. And again, I put my email in the chat. Please feel free to email me for connections to other resources and other activists and scholars, or if you're interested in what my organization is doing.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Ava.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so our final speaker today is Leroy Moore, and I am very excited to have Leroy with us today. He has a very illustrious background. His presentation is going to be on the eco-ability of Krip and poverty scholars who have a deep relationship to Mother Nature, but are always left out. And Leroy is the multiple award-winning founder of the Krip Hop Nation. He was born with cerebral palsy in 1967, and since the 1990s, he has written the column Illin and Chillin' for Core Magazine. He is also one of the founding members of the National Black Disability Coalition and is an activist around police brutality against people with disabilities. Leroy has started and helped start organizations like Disability Advocates of Minorities Organization, to Sins Invalid, to Krip Hop Nation. His cultural work includes the film documentary Where is Hope? Police Brutality Against People with Disabilities. He's done spoken word CDs, poetry books, children's books, a children's book, Black Disabled Art History 101. And he's been awarded by Harvard, the Whitney Museum, the Media Engagement for Disability in Johannesburg in South Africa. And he's a Black disabled poet, activist, and the author of 5 books on Black disabled issues. He has many, many, many accomplishments, and he's going to be starting his PhD in anthropology at UCLA this coming fall. So without further ado, our honored guest, Leroy Moore, I am handing the mic over to you.
Hey, thank you so much, so much, so much. I'm so glad to be here. Thanks, everybody. I'm a Black man sitting in my living room, has salt and pepper hair, wearing a white long sleeve t-shirt. And in the background, you can see my 3-wheel pink bike that I love so much. But I'm here to talk about, the title of my talk is The Ecoability of Krip and poverty scholars who have a deep relationship to Mother Nature but are always left out. So I want to talk about some solutions, because we can talk about the problems all day, every day. Well, the solutions are happening right now. They're not on CNN, they're not on ABC, because they go against the mainstream media, and they've been here for the last 10 years or even more. So I want to talk about poverty scholarship, and that's coming from Poor Magazine. Poor Magazine is in Oakland, California. I've been involved with Poor Magazine since 96, 97. Now, we talk about, the environment, we talk, with this COVID-19, everybody's talking about, what's that new term about, collective, organization and, collective giving. Poor magazines have been doing that since the 90s, so it's nothing new. Poor Magazine has been feeding our community since the late 90s. Poor Magazine in the last 10 to 12 years is building accessible homes for low income individuals. Poor Magazine has a school, it has radio station. So we call all of this homefulness, because Poor Magazine, like I said, has been around since the 90s, and Poor Magazine has tried everything to get a poverty scholarship onto the stage. You know, we tried going to the nonprofit sector, tried writing grants and all that stuff. And we realized after years and years and years doing that, we realized that we have the power within ourselves, just like the Black Panthers did back in the late 60s, 70s. You know, they took it back and they said, no, we have the answers. And that's what Part Magazine has done. You know, for the last 10 years, we taught poverty scholarship. And every summer, I think it's like twice a year, we have People's School. And People's School, you know, started, well, let me back up. Poor Magazine started with Tiny Gray Garcia and her mother, rest in peace, her mother passed away a couple years ago. So it started with a daughter and mother team. And they started an organization, Poor Magazine, to do advocacy, to do media, and to come out with solutions off the grid about poverty. And so that's Poor Magazine. We had the website, and now because of 10 years of educating through People's School was designed by Tiny and her mother and other people like myself to educate people that have privilege, not only wealth privilege, but academic privilege, position privilege, you know, people that are in City Hall, people that have, you know, degrees to build, you know, a lot of our members in Poor Magazine are builders with their hands. They just don't have the paper from academia. So you know, so we teach these people with privilege about poverty scholarship, about Poor Magazine, you know, about our goals of living off the grid, you know, living our dream. And our dream is, and it's still a homefulness. Homefulness is an answer to homelessness. And homefulness started with Poor Magazine. We're really taking back our solutions, so we're not going to City Hall and, you know, begging politicians to do right or go to foundations like, you know, give us a grant. We've done that for years and years. So we took it back to our and say, you know, we had the scholarship, we had the knowledge, and people need to come to us to learn about this knowledge and to work hand in hand with poverty scholarship to build an alternative solution to not only housing, but how we deal with our neighbors. So, you know, so it's not only housing. Poor Magazine, like I said, serves food every week. They also have media, so we go into the community and interview houseless people about their situation, about their solutions. Because if you see mainstream news, when they do a quote-unquote poverty piece, it's all about them, and the person that's dealing with the issue becomes really nothing. You know, really becomes like a pity kind of program. You see that every holiday when the media does their, you know, holiday programs, like, oh, you know, come, you know, volunteer in a shelter and blah, blah, blah. So Poor Magazine, our media by poverty scholars, and Poor Magazine has Poor newsroom that happens every month. The first, I think it's the first Tuesday of every month. We come back, we come to newsroom and make our own news and tell people what's going on. So because of those teachings of 10 years or so, Poor Magazine has a group of what we call the Solidarity Board. And the Solidarity Board has the privilege of money, of academia, of being at City Hall. So because of our teaching, we have that Solidarity Board, and because of that, they learn from us, and they with Poor Magazine, we liberated a piece of land in Ethiopia. Now we liberate it. We didn't buy it because we believe that Mother Nature and Earth is not something you buy. And so we liberated a piece of land, and that piece of land is now homefulness #1, where there's a school, where there's a radio station, where there's housing that's being built right now for no income. It's not Section 8, it's not a senior building. We don't want to have those kind of programs, because those kind of programs deal with so many bureaucracies that our people don't even get in them because of the paperwork. So because of the board and because of Poor Magazine's teaching, we had that piece of land, and we are also expanding to have another piece of land down the street from the first homefulness. So this is in East Oakland, California. So we talk about environmental justice and all that stuff. Like police brutality movements and like other movements, they are hijacked. I think I'm being honest. They are hijacked, and they put people that won't rock the boat. That will say what the mainstream want them to say what politicians want them to say, and such and such. It's the same thing with the environmental movement, and what we see on TV. It's not poverty scholarship. It's not people that's living it, people that's from the ground. So Poor Magazine, deals with that, and when we see that happening, and we continue to do our work. So we continue to do our poverty scholarship, teaching people about teaching in the community, media and stuff. I just say that people with disabilities and people that are houseless are the first groups of people that feel the environmental things that are going on. The heat wave that's going on in Seattle. People that are houseless and people with disabilities feel that, those are the first people that feel that. People that are houseless, in any kind of environmental disasters, people that are houseless feel it the first, with earthquakes, with drought, with this heating, with this heat wave, people that are houses and people with disabilities have the answers and have the solutions because they are dealing with it 24/7. And that's why we need to really switch our movements, our so-called mainstream movements, to really have disability justice and poverty scholars to have a bigger voice in those movements. And if those movements can't deal with that, then we just need to continue to do our work, because time is the essence. You don't have time messing with Democrats or big foundations that want to change our mission statement and change the way we talk. So those are the things. I know I send like links so people can look at. There's a link from Core Magazine that Tiny just wrote about a disabled Black man that was working the land in San Francisco. And that's what we need to know, is that most of these jobs that the city are the nonprofits hire people are people that are in poverty, are people with disabilities. So this man's job was to clean the sidewalk and such, and you can read the article. I hope someone puts the link into the chat. But Port Magazine interviewed him, and he's like, I don't know if I can continue to do this, because he has to work so much and get paid so little, and it leads to nowhere. He's doing this. It's like a cycle that doesn't build on anything. Poor Magazine, homelessness, it builds on things. First we got the land and the building. We got the radio station that helps us get our voice across. So it builds on things, and people look at it, people want to be involved in it because they see that it's enriching not only themselves, but their community. But, outside of that, and if you go to any other big organizations that use, quote unquote, use poverty scholars and people with disabilities to do environmental cleanup, you see that it's not building on nothing. It's really not building on nothing. And they're not getting paid, they're getting paid little, not even minimum wage. And so once again, the city and nonprofits are just, putting out these kind of cycles that don't lead anywhere. They don't, and it's harmful for our people. So those that's what I wanted to say. I really, getting back on disability justice, because I know I spend a lot of time on Poor Magazine, but you can go to Sins and Ballot, go to sinsandballot.org and look at the education page, and you can look at what's called Skin, Tooth, and Bone, and that's the disability justice primary. and you can download that. I think you can buy it, and it talks about, you know, what is disability justice. And disability justice is the 10 principles what Sins Invalid all follows, and you know, you could go and read those 10 principles. And I just wanted to really make it clear that disability justice is not an academic course. It's not a technique that they came from the government, or it came from, you know, high activist individuals. It came from Black and brown, disabled, queer, transgender, straight activists in the Bay Area. Patty Byrne, the late Stacey Milburn, Mingus, and others really came together. Myself, I was there in the beginning. Really came together and really, you know, wanted to see another lens through disability. So, you know, you had disability rights that really did good work, you know, in the legal courts. You know, we got the ADA, we got the Rehabilitation Act, but you know, the people that came together said that, you know, we didn't see ourselves in disability rights movement. You know, a large portion of people of color and people that are queer and people that are transgender, and also we in disability justice had a total different framework around what is disability justice. You know, of course, it's not only in the courtroom. You know, so you know, you can go to Silicon Valley and read that. You know, what disability justice, and I think I know that disability justice should be a part of this environmental movement. You know, we mainstream, like I say, mainstream picks out, you know, the spokesperson of different movements, but you know, without disability justice principles and without poverty scholarship, you know, in our environment, and you know, really looking at ways to save ourselves as human, you know, as humanity in this environment. We see, you know, the heat wave in Seattle. We see a lot of stuff, you know, happening right now, and I don't think I know that disability justice and poverty scholarship should be in those movements, or you know, in the media more than what we see now. So
Thank you.
yeah, thank you.
Very important talk. Oh my goodness. We don't hear about these issues enough in a lot of these different communities, in the ecology movement, in the disability movement. You know, it's like all of this, even in terms of like homelessness, I mean, that's an issue that is so isolated. We're not hearing about it in connection to these other issues. And like your point about climate issues and, you know, homeless people and disabled people, they're the ones who have the solutions. They're the ones who are bearing the brunt the most, are the impoverished, you know, they're the ones that are really out there dealing with it. And I'm seeing that a lot of the best solutions are coming from people in those communities. But like you said, they're being shut out. Yeah. So they're not getting the platform to get their ideas moving in the way that they should be, and actualized. Yeah. So yeah, we have a comment. Yes, yes, and yes to your claims about disability justice. You keep it real. That's from Marv.
Thank you, Marv. Yeah.
So does anybody have any questions for Leroy? I have a question. Yeah, we have another comment. Thank you so much. You are so right. We must center disabled ways of knowing and being. Yes, that is actually what Ecoability is really all about, among other things. Yeah. So, and we have a question that's going to be coming from Tori, but since she's still putting that together, I'm going to ask my question in the meantime. So I was very excited to hear that you liberated a piece of land in East Oakland that is going to be for home fullness, which I love as a term. And I'm super interested to hear that, because there is this movement happening of these like semi-autonomous communities and land reclamation. You know, there's like I don't know if you're familiar with the cooperation movement, right? Like Cooperation Jackson and Cooperation Tulsa. And this is really kind of like something that I'm seeing like a bigger trend kind of moving in that direction. And of course, ICAS is an anarchist organization. So we're all about mutual aid and autonomous communities and land reclamation. And so I was very interested that you said that you liberated a piece of land, you didn't pay for it. How did you do that? Is there advice that you can give to other marginalized communities who want to empower themselves that way and reclaim land in that way? And anything that you can tell us about that project, I'd be super interested to hear more about.
Yeah, so we use liberate because we don't believe in selling and purchasing land. But of course, you know, that's what happened. You know, what happened is the Solidarity Board that we spend years and years working with and educating, and so they have the poverty scholarship knowledge down. They realize that they come to poor on the same level. So they're coming to poor, talking with poverty scholars. You know, we every meeting that we do is in a circle. So there's no hierarchy in that. So you know how it happened really. You know, after all this education and after Poor Magazine realized that, you know, the answer is in us, and we have to, you know, come up with our own answers. That's when Poor Magazine was looking for piece of land to build homefulness. And we looked all around the Bay Area, of course, San Francisco. Poor Magazine was based first in San Francisco before the .com, before gentrification. And it's interesting now because Poor Magazine, myself, and almost everybody in Poor Magazine started in San Francisco, and now we're in Oakland because of gentrification and because of tech and Apple and all that stuff. So because of that, we our church was in Oakland, the East Bay, you know, looking for a piece of land, and it took us a year. And what was so interesting is that we found this piece of land, and it seemed like our ancestors was driving the car to the spot, because come to find out, it was the same spot that Tiny and her mother of Poor Magazine lived in their car, you know, before starting Poor Magazine. So it's interesting that we come full circle, and you know, we saw this land, and you know, we, you know, got in contact with the quote-unquote landowner, and you know, because of our solidarity board, they had knowledge on real estate, knowledge on, you know, how to purchase the land. You know, they had a good credit line, a good credit history. You know, all of us at Poor Magazine, you know, did not have a good credit line. So all of this came together, and we quote unquote purchased the land. But when we purchased the land, before we made it public, we went around that whole neighborhood and introduced ourselves and told our neighbors, you know, what we stand for and we believe in. See, because we didn't want to practice their gentrification kind of way of taking over stuff. You know, so we took our time, you know, became friends with neighbors, and also we blessed the land. So we had different, you know, spirituals come in, different people that had connections with East Oakland, connection with spirituality. So we blessed the land, you know, we cleaned the land, you know, all that stuff, you know, before really making it, you know, homefulness.
Yeah.
So that's the process. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting that you bring up that element of really making it home full, the spiritual element as well. Yeah. So we have a comment from Tori. Thanks so much for such an insightful talk. What I gather is that, contrary to mainstream beliefs, poor and homeless disabled people in the most marginalized demographics are most aware in the most visceral way that there is no way to really separate people and the environment, quote unquote, as discrete entities, which would evidence further that such ideas that people are outside of and separate from the quote unquote environment, which can be romanticized as something still existing in some pristine state, unaffected by human actions, are white, bourgeois constructions. I'd be interested in your thoughts on how this relates to disability politics.
Wow, that's humongous. Wow. Yeah, I think you know, disability politics, you know, takes, and looking at the question now. Yeah, I think you know, radical disability politics always, you know, think about, you know, people that are houseless, you know, going back to, and religious and spiritual, but going back to Moses, and you know, Moses had disabilities, so you know, people with disabilities have always been there since the beginning. That's like, it's so interesting now that we're in this moment of inclusion. And, you know, everybody wants to be inclusive, and you know, people are writing policies. Hollywood is writing policies are more inclusive, but people with disabilities have always been here. You know, we've always been here. You know, if Moses had a combination, you know, his brother Aaron was his accommodation. So if Moses and people could do it back then with no law, then it makes sense that we, should be doing it more often. The thing about today, I just go a little politics on you, is that this past presidential election, every candidate had a disability platform, and people were excited about that. I was a little bit excited about that, but if we look at Joe Biden, Joe Biden's been in office for decades, and all of a sudden he wants to fully fund IDEA and, do disability policy. It's like, dude, you've been in office for decades, or you just woke up yesterday, So, my thing is that in Poor Magazine and Center Out Disability Justice is that, sometimes we just have to take it on our shoulders and do the best we can with what we can, and also push the political arena to do more. For example, Poor Magazine, it has wrote a law, a city law, because one thing that Poor Magazine has been always hitting up against constantly as we build these houses is that there's so many permits. The city has so many permits, like $5,000 for just for a pipe. I mean, it's off the wall. So many permits that it makes it impossible if you are a poverty scholar and you want to build your own house. You really can't because there's so many permits. So what Poor Magazine is doing is trying to pass a law that exempts poverty scholars that want to build it, exempts all these permits, what we call permit gangsters. That's what Tiny calls them, Poor Magazine. So poor people can build their own houses. Why do we have to wait for a big time housing corporation to build, a square apartment that we had to beg just to get on the list, just to get on the list. So that's one of the ways that we're trying to make it more accessible for poverty scholars to build their own house.
Yeah, such an important point that accessibility is also about cost, right? I mean, permits, that's all about inaccessibility right there, even aside from like the physical accessibility of, disability, then there's like all kinds of other accessibility issues, and, financial is like such a huge one. And just having power of any kind, institutional power, the power to deny access to land, which is not, like you said, how can that be privately owned by anyone? That is natural. That is a natural resource that is meant to be shared by everyone, humans of all kinds, non-human animals, plants, right? I mean, this is not meant to be privately owned. So that's a really, really important point. And we have one more question. I know we're over time, but if people want to stay for this last question, get some comments coming in now. They're all coming in late. Okay, so let's see what we have here. How many houses are being built? This is from Ava, who spoke earlier. Do you relate building your own house to food sovereignty and food autonomy?
So how many houses are being built right now for homelessness number one? You know, we're trying to well, there's just I think there's like 4 or 5 townhouses at homelessness, and we're trying to yeah. Anyway, there's 4 townhousing houses, and also homelessness has a garden, so we've been planting, you know, a garden. We have chickens in the back, so we have fresh eggs in the morning. So yeah, so homelessness is not only a roof over your head. It's like we are, you know, taking back the way that we, you know, eat, you know, and making more healthy, because if you grow your own food, then you know what's in it, you know, compared to getting things from Trader Joe's that you don't know what's in it. So Poor Magazine, you know, always, you know, trying to clean our diet, you know, and a lot of people think that houseless people would eat anything. You know, it's interesting how, especially during holidays, you know, people just give food to shelters, and it's the worst food ever. You know, it's like only houseless people eat pizza all day. You know, it's interesting. You know, and it took Poor Magazine years to really change our diet and to really say that no, we want, you know, the gourmet stuff. We want the healthy stuff that you and your families eat. You know, don't give us Twinkies and you're gonna go home and eat a vegetable. You know, so those are the concepts that are planted in homelessness. You know, like I said, it's not only a roof over your head, it is the way of living, you know, the way of, you know, cleansing your body and decolonize your diet.
Yeah, that's something actually that we talk about a lot in the vegan movement, because there is this attitude of veganism is for rich people and, you know, poor people can't afford that. And then that's where the conversation ends. And there's never any, you know, it doesn't go any further than that of, well, shouldn't the response to that be to make it more available to everyone, to have, you know, these beautiful, really, you know, vitamin rich, nutrient rich, plant-based foods available to everyone, rather than, oh, so, you know, that's just for elitists and that's not for poor people. Yeah, so it's outrageous. So I have a last comment here from Victoria and also from Marv. Marv says that this is what Indigenous people have been saying for centuries.
Yeah,
so important that Indigenous people have, again, like that wisdom that is, you know, their perspective, like you were saying about disability wisdom and, you know, all these, yeah. And then we also have Victoria. Thanks so much to think about. Also, the reference to Moses made me think about how human beings have spent so much of the majority of our entire history as nomads, and that having the freedom to make our homes wherever we see fit is one of the most natural things.
Yeah. So true.
So I think we are done for this year's conference. Leroy, your talk was fantastic and really thought-provoking. I can see from the comments that it really made people think about a lot of these issues in new ways. Yes, and so we conclude this year's Ecoability Conference, and I massively want to thank all the panelists. All of your talks were fantastic. And I really love the fact that we had such a wide diversity of perspectives, really coming from a lot of different angles on this issue. And we hope that you will all enjoy us and that you will all join us for future conferences that ICAS and Ecoability Collective put on. Thank you so much. We will see you in the future, I hope.